In the middle of the night, a couple is alone. The man needs to know something and asks if the girl is his. The woman can only look at him while he asks if Yena is their daughter. If she is their daughter. So the woman looks at him and thinks that it was her who had been suffering all this time, wondering why her face is distorted by pain. She touches his face affectionately and wonders who made this man so distressed. He asks her to tell him, so she thinks a little and finally answers that yes, Yena is his daughter. Better said, she is both of their daughters. 7 years ago, 22-year-old Lee Jung checks the pregnancy test she took, not believing what she sees and that it cannot be real. She throws herself on the table saying that she thought it was defective, even going out drinking yesterday. But then she concludes that alcohol is not the problem now and mentally asks herself to calm down, thinking about where things went wrong, recalling the passionate night with a man that makes her blush. And she wonders what she should do now, questioning whether she should tell her oppa, and if he would agree, also not knowing if he will be angry or not. But then she points to the tests and says it was her mistake, that it was all his fault, calling him by the name Jung Ji-hoon. As she lies back, she receives a call, and it's Ji-hoon, who is on his way, as she remembers they have a date, hiding all the tests. Later, she arrives at the date, finding the handsome man, made by the same angels, greeting cheerfully. He is her boyfriend, Jung Ji-hoon, and he is 26 years old. He asks why she went out dressed like that, then wraps her with his coat. They have been together for 6 months, and they met 8 months ago. She explains that while she was in Australia with a working holiday visa, she met him when she was crying in front of a Korean grocery store, as she hadn't eaten for 2 days. He lent her money when he said he was passing by, confessing that since they met, he was very kind, caring, and reliable. He always protected her. But she wondered if he was perfect with the contraceptives, and if every moment of their passion was safe. While she complained about having her own style, he said she looked perfect in his coat. Then he asks if she wants to go eat something, which she declines. But he stops and asks if she just said she wasn't going to eat. She confirms shyly, but mentally feels nauseous. So he looks at her and starts touching her face, checking if she is sick or something, then says he will take her back home. Once in the building, he asks to come in, which she also asks. He declines, saying she looks tired, but Young responds that she is not, and that she has a lot of energy now. But internally, she asks him not to go, that she needs to talk to him. The man responds with regret that he has work to finish, so that's why he has to go back home. Then someone calls his beloved, and it's another man who greets her, asking how he couldn't get in touch with him, even though they are neighbors, and if she is very busy, to which she affirms. Ji-hoon becomes upset as the unknown man continues to ignore him, while he asks the girl why she had to go on a date. Then he realizes and says goodbye, telling her to enjoy her date. After she says goodbye, he lives nearby. But her boyfriend says they are going to go up now. He's a little upset until they reach the door. She reflects on why he changed his mind, confessing that it is better for her. As she has to say right now but doesn't know how, she wonders what would happen if he misunderstands the situation. So after opening the apartment door, he hugs her, whispering in her ear that she is too beautiful, and that is problematic. Breaking the romantic air. But she retorts, confirming that he is more handsome. Still, he turns her around and asks what she is saying, and that she is much more beautiful than him. Getting closer, he says it is cold and that he will warm her up, kissing her passionately. But before succumbing to temptation, he asks her to wait and that he has something to say. Wondering what expression she will make, he simply responds that if she has something to say, she should say it. So, she begins. But it turns out she was just hungry. He, a bit annoyed, asks why she skips meals, but then suggests they go eat, which makes her happy. He asks her what she wants to eat, and she replies that there's still some kimchi left, suggesting they make kimchi pancakes, which sounds delicious. So he, the chef, starts cooking. As he flips the pancake, she comments that no matter how many times she sees him cook, it always leaves her captivated. Once ready, they both start eating, and within minutes, the plate is empty. Young says it was delicious and that she already feels full. Her boyfriend, with a hint of concern, touches her forehead and asks how she feels, which relaxes her since she feels fine. She thinks about telling him everything later when things are clearer, sure that he will understand. After dinner, he mentions that he has to go as he has work to do. While washing the dishes and storing the kimchi, he notices something on the table. He approaches and asks what it is, as she enters with her clothes. Upon seeing what he's holding, Young drops the clothes and quickly snatches the object from him, putting it away hurriedly. He realizes there's more and asks what all that is. She remains silent, but he understands what's going on. He hugs her and tells her that everything will be fine, that they'll talk later, and that there's nothing to worry about. He puts on his coat, and as he leaves, promises he'll call her. That night, before going to sleep, he calls her. He asks if she was asleep, and she replies no. Then he asks if it was her who put a tangerine in his pocket, and she confirms that it was, that it's for him to eat. Then he asks her to go to the hospital together, leaving her a bit confused until he clarifies that it's to get the maternity booklet. He mentions that they gave him something similar, and her expression changes. She confesses that she thought he wouldn't want something like that and starts to cry. He asks her why she thought that and then apologizes. He asks if she's free tomorrow so they can go to the hospital together. And afterward, he tries to tell her he loves her, but decides to save those words for the next day. He thinks the proposal should be special. He believes they never stopped using contraceptives, though there were moments they didn't. It was a mistake, but now that it's happened, he wants to marry her as soon as possible. He won't ruin his beloved Young's dreams and reaffirms in his mind that he loves her. The next day, he receives a message from her to meet later, which fills him with happiness. While getting ready to leave, he decides he'll stop by a flower shop, so he needs to leave by 2. Then, his mother calls him and asks how it's possible he's been in town without letting her know. He apologizes and explains he's busy, but she questions him, saying he's always busy. She asks him to come over for dinner and talk with his father. He asks if something has happened and if everything is okay. His mother responds that everything is fine, but a few days ago someone threw an egg at his brother's car, and that there are a lot of strange people in the world, so she asks him to be careful. He assures her she doesn't need to worry and promises to visit them, but for now, he has to go see someone. His mother, curious, asks who, but he says goodbye without giving more detail. Already dressed up and with the engagement ring, he imagines that his daughter would be beautiful if she looked like his girlfriend, that he would let her step on the freshly fallen night snow, that he would teach her to ride a bike, protect her, and while watching them both, would tell them that he loves them. In the parking lot, he looks at his watch and realizes he's running late. Suddenly, he sees a light approaching. It's a car that hits him. Lying on the ground with blood flowing from his head, he thinks this can't be happening. He sees a person approaching, and it turns out to be his attacker, who asks if he's ever heard a name that, for now, we don't know. The young man tries to mentally ask for help, wishing not to leave yet. He thinks he needs to be with Young, worries about what she will do alone, fears that she might give up on their daughter because of how hard it will be to raise her alone. While lying on the ground, agonizing, he regrets not having told her that he loved her. At the hospital, Ji-hoon is in the surgery room. His mother wonders how something like this could have happened to him. At that moment, the police officers from the Yongsan precinct arrive and ask if she is Jung Ji-hoon's mother. They inform her that, although the building's camera was faulty, they managed to obtain the license plate of the vehicle involved in the accident thanks to the dash cam of a nearby car. With this, they conclude that the hit-and-run incident was recorded and that they have identified the suspect. Ji-hoon's mother begs them to catch the responsible party. One of the officers asks if the name Kim Jin-gu is familiar to her. Just then, another woman approaches and asks the detective if she is a witness to the incident. She introduces herself as Eunbi and explains to the mother that she is a friend of her son and recently moved to the same building. She explains that she was in the parking lot when she witnessed the hit and run. The mother recognizes her and hugs her, asking for advice on what to do. Eunbi reassures her, telling her that the surgery will go well and that she will go to the police station while the mother rests at home, promising to return to the hospital after the surgery is over. At the police station, Eunbi describes the suspect as a tall man, dressed in black with a hoarse voice. Shortly afterward, the police announce that the suspect has been captured. Eunbi immediately shouts, identifying him as the one responsible for the hit and run. He, surprised, defends himself, denying everything and asking what he is being accused of. Upon hearing his voice, Eunbi recognizes it and reaffirms her testimony. Although he denies knowing her, the police inform Ji-hoon's mother that thanks to Eunbi, they managed to capture the perpetrator. Later, they hand over Ji-hoon's belongings to his mother, wishing the young man a speedy recovery. In a moment of solitude, the mother uses her son's fingerprint to unlock his phone and read his messages. Ji-hoon's girlfriend reflects that 3 days passed since his last message, and she becomes convinced that something strange is happening. Remembering a conversation where Ji-hoon mentioned someone special he wanted to introduce her to, the mother takes a photo of the two together. But upon learning that the girl is the daughter of a single mother, she expresses doubts, crushing the photo in her hands just as she hears someone knocking at the door. The mother opens the door, and Lee Jung, upon seeing her, asks if this is Jung Ji-hoon's home. The mother, after confirming that she is Ji-hoon's mother, invites her in, observing her behavior and noting that the girl grew up without a father. Lee Jung greets her formally, but the mother questions why she tried to open the door if the lock wasn't working. Lee Jung explains that Ji-hoon gave her the passcode, although it had been changed. Lee Jung apologizes and asks worriedly if something has happened to her boyfriend. The mother, enraged, tells her to stop tormenting her son and says she now understands why Ji-hoon asked her to get rid of her. She demands that she stop looking for him, but Lee Jung, surprised, insists on seeing Ji-hoon one last time. The mother, even more upset, tells her that her presence only harms her son and demands that she leave. The next day, the doctors inform her that Ji-hoon's surgery was successful. The mother, however, asks why he hasn't woken up yet. At that moment, Eunbi appears and asks if she has rested, suggesting that she take care of her health. She tells her that she arranged a nutrition consultation with a known doctor and accompanies her to the exit, encouraging her to prepare for when Ji-hoon wakes up. Ji-hoon's mother feels grateful to Eunbi, admiring her intelligence and good upbringing. She thinks it would be ideal if her son met someone like her and expresses her wish that she look after her son, which makes Eunbi happy. Eunbi approaches Ji-hoon in his room, joking about how handsome he is and considering kissing him when suddenly someone enters the room, surprising Eunbi. It's Park Seung-gyu, Ji-hoon's friend from school and university. Seung-gyu asks why she is there, and Eunbi responds that she's there to see her friend. He tells her that there's something strange about all this. The accident happened at 1:10 p.m., but the report arrived at 1:30 p.m., and the person who reported it was a man, even though Eunbi witnessed the accident. Seung-gyu asks why she didn't report it immediately, and Eunbi explains that her phone was dead, and she reported it as soon as she could. Just then, Eunbi shouts excitedly upon seeing that Jihoon has woken up. Seung-gyu asks if he can recognize him, but Jihoon, still groggy, denies knowing him, despite them being friends from school, university, and military service. Seung-gyu tries to make him remember, but Jihoon simply asks if he really went to the army. At another moment, the young man's mother arrives, asks if he is okay, and if he can talk, as well as confessing that she was very worried. After that, they do a checkup and confirm that he seems to have lost all memories from the last 3 years. They have gone back to when he was 23 years old, and his recovery is crucial at the moment. Both the mother and Eunbi gather together. The girl, upon hearing that he lost his memories, asks if that means he forgot about her, something the woman does not know how to answer. Then Eunbi says that the young man was very kind to her and proposed that they become a couple when he returned from Korea, believing that now he may no longer remember. The young man's mother takes the girl's hand to say, not to worry, as they can always start over. In the young man's room, he is silent when his mother enters, asking how he is. He replies, "So-so." Hearing that, his mother feels a bit sad, but then asks if he saw Eunbi, saying she visited him every day. He asks if she's Eun-yeop's sister, something his mother confirms and asks if he remembers that. Also, according to her, they were in love, and he even proposed they go out when he returned to Korea. This seems strange to the young man since the girl is not his type. His mother assumes he still doesn't remember and goes on to say that she is kind and pretty, but then she asks if his head hurts. He replies that he's fine but feels like he forgot something important to him. At another moment, Lee Jung sees a couple, feels down because of it, and returns home. While looking at her phone, she receives a call from her oppa. When she answers, she hears his voice. She asks why he didn't contact her. She also wants to know what happened and says she was worried. He replies that he's fine, but the woman wants to see him and asks where he is. He then says his mother was going to see her instead and asks if they hadn't ended everything back then. The woman is stunned to hear this. The young man asks if that wasn't enough to express his feelings and that it's quite annoying, asking if she could stop calling him. He says if she calls again, there will be consequences. But she can't respond to that, and that's when he finishes by saying he'll take it as a yes and that he's going to hang up now, saying goodbye. She thinks that this can't be real and believes it's a joke. She tries to call him, but unfortunately her number was blocked. Then some time has passed, and Lee Jung mentally talks to Jihoon, saying that today is her daughter's birthday and that she has started calling her mom. She even says dad sometimes, and she doesn't know where she learned it. At another moment, she says that she has now learned to run, goes to daycare, and admits that she is very curious. She likes to touch her mother's face and sometimes sings. Then she says that from next year, Yena will be in first grade and that she is a charming girl who will surely have many friends. She is an intelligent girl even though she doesn't have a father. Lee Jung doesn't expect him to come. Currently, Yena asks her mother what's inside a toy vending machine and why there's one here. Her mother asks her if she is curious because she wants to know or because she wants a toy from the machine and asks her to be honest. The little girl admits that she wants a toy. Her mother agrees to give her one, reflecting that for a 5-year-old, she is quite clever. So she hands some coins to her daughter. After using the machine, she comes out happy because she got what she wanted. Her mother asks if she really wanted that, something the little one confirms since they look like ghost stones. Her mother is happy for her and asks her to keep them safe. The woman no longer expects the man to contact her, and he never said he loved her, but now she's okay with it, because she has Yena with her. In a restaurant, someone announces the arrival of Grandma's little princess, asking everyone to hurry up so they can start eating. The family begins to eat, but Yena is distracted, playing, which causes her mother to scold her. Yena's grandmother, noticing this, decides to serve her a little food on her plate to encourage her to eat. However, Lee Jung, the girl's mother, asks them to let her try on her own, to which the grandmother responds that if she doesn't help, Yena won't eat. The little girl, trying to reassure her grandmother, tells her not to worry, that she feels full just watching her eat, leaving the grandmother somewhat embarrassed by the comment. After the meal, the grandmother suggests to her daughter that she rest to be ready for the next day. The daughter asks why, and her mother reminds her that it's her first day of work. Lee Jung nods and before leaving recommends that her mother rest as well. The next day, Lee Jung says goodbye to her mom and upon leaving, calls her superior to inform him that she's on her way. Her boss suggests she head to the Gangnam office instead, which surprises Lee Jung, who thought she should report to Ivory Planning. Her superior explains that the company was sold to Max Planning and that the announcement was officially made the previous day. He also mentions that everything happened so quickly that a second contract wasn't necessary. He asks her to stay calm, as Max Planning represents a growth opportunity in her career. Upon arrival, Lee Jung observes that the new company is an advertising agency affiliated with the Sohyang Group, which seems promising to her, as it's a larger company and closer to her home. At that moment, a man approaches her to greet her and introduces himself as Park Seung-gyu, head of the Human Resources Department. He introduces her to her new team leader, Seong Mira, in charge of Production Team 2, who greets her warmly and extends her hand to welcome her. In the elevator, Seong Mira asks Lee Jung if she felt a bit lost upon arrival, to which she replies, "Yes, a little." Her boss explains that the team lacked a writer and therefore urgently requested her inclusion. Upon arriving at the work area, they notice that the atmosphere is completely silent. The boss gathers the team to introduce Lee Jung, the new assistant writer. One by one, Lee Jung meets her colleagues, graphic designer Song Ki-hoon, deputy team leader Park Young-kwang, and graphic designer Go Yoon-ju, who seems somewhat annoyed. Lee Jung greets them warmly and expresses her enthusiasm for working with them. After the introductions, the boss shows Lee Jung her workspace. Then she notices the tension in the air and asks Song Ki-hoon what's going on. He informs her that Director Jong is in the office, which surprises her. He explains to Lee Jung that Director Jong, who arrived just a week ago, is the president's son and has a reputation for being even more intimidating than his father. As Lee Jung processes the information, fate leads her to unexpectedly reunite with someone she could never forget. She instantly recognizes him by his bearing and face. He is the father of her child, Jong Ji-hoon. Stunned to see him there, her legs begin to shake until she loses her balance and falls. At that moment, he looks at her and with quick reflexes, catches her just in time. The woman confesses that she imagined this scenario several times, the day they would meet again, and every time she pictured it, she felt calm. She wasn't nervous, but despite imagining it hundreds of times, it's still very difficult for her. Both are in complete silence until her superior explains that she is the new editor on the production team, introducing her as Jung-oh. He understands and greets her, saying it is a pleasure to meet her, immediately introducing himself. His response after such a long time. Elsewhere, a boy is crying, yelling that he doesn't want to go and that it's boring, complaining that he wants to go home, but his mother informs him that when they return home, he will be in big trouble. But then he says she told him that Go classes would be fun, but they're boring. His mother replies that he was the one who said he wanted to attend Geo classes, and besides, she has already paid for everything, asking why he changed his mind. That's how they both enter, and later his mother asks him to learn something for 30 minutes, promising to let him play video games for the same amount of time in return. But he asks for an hour, something his mother agrees to. After that, she wonders if she did the right thing, as she bribed him with video games again. In class, a girl approaches him and asks him to stop crying. She asks him to extend his hand, and when he asks why, she replies for him to stay still, then starts placing the stones in his hand. He questions what she is doing, but the girl responds that if he drops them, she will flick his forehead. They exchange glances as she introduces herself as Lee Yina and asks for his name. The boy responds that he is Park Dobin. She asks if he goes to Oriole school, to which he asks how she knows that. She replies that she saw his name on his backpack yesterday, making the boy wonder if she's been watching him since then. Then, the girl shows the stones and asks which he wants to be, and Dobin chooses the black stones. She then places her white stone and asks if he knows what to do next. Awakening his competitive side, they play, and seeing this, the girl asks why he cries if he knows how to play, telling him not to cry. This awakens something in the boy, who thinks he has never met a girl like her in his 6 years of life. After 30 minutes, his mother waits for him and wonders if he's been crying the entire time. Then he comes out, saying goodbye with a smile and greeting his mom. She asks if he had fun, something the boy confirms. Hearing this, she wants to know what was the most fun. But the boy asks if she fell in love with his father at first sight. She questions if he knows what that means. He replies that he does and thinks he just experienced that today. Moreover, he tells his mother that he will now work hard in GO classes. Elsewhere, Young Ji-hoon is working and then wonders why he is so bothered, thinking about the editor and asking himself what her name was, confessing that she makes him feel uncomfortable. That's when the leader of the second team enters, handing the man the list of new members who joined. The man, seeing the names, asks if the new editor underwent a physical exam before joining the company, something the woman confirms, as it is mandatory. But the boss confesses that she seemed like she was about to faint and might have a health problem. The leader reflects that she got better when she moved away from him and suggests that maybe she was nervous since he is an imposing figure, but the man asks if it seems like he was joking, slightly scaring the woman. Then he asks her to bring the assistant. In Lee Jung-oh's workspace, Mr. Ki-hoo is teaching her how to send work. She only needs to place it in the shared folder on the computer. The woman asks if it's secure, as her previous job used the cloud for storage and sharing. He assures her it's safe since all the folders are password protected. She understands and thanks him for the help. That's when the team leader arrives to inform her that Director Jung wants to see her, asking her to follow. However, the woman says she can go alone. The leader, shaking her head, says she'll protect her, but warns her to be careful since he's very intense. Jung-oh wonders what's happening. A moment ago, he acted like they were complete strangers. She questions whether he's going to ask her to resign, and if it's just because she might be an obstacle in his life. Upon entering, the director approaches and asks if she's okay. The woman nods. He then says she seemed uncomfortable when they met, asking if she's disappointed because she's not working at the company she applied for. But the woman wonders why he called her just to say that. He then asks if she'll be able to do the job properly today, to which she affirms. He smiles and states he thought she'd respond better, considering she's a writer. The woman questions if he only called her to criticize, then responds that she'll be diligent in her work and give it her best effort, something he expects. After that moment, he's getting ready to leave when someone enters, asking if he's heading home. The man asks him to act as usual, but his friend says it feels wrong to do so now that they're far away. The director asks if he wants the office next to his. This excites the young man, who asks not to be scared like that since those jokes shouldn't be made. He believes everything he's told. The director asks if he's afraid of what he says, something the young man confirms, adding that he's also scared when he asks questions. Hearing this, the director falls silent. His friend asks if something's wrong, to which the director replies that a new employee started, and her face went pale when she saw him. His friend understands, knowing that some people react that way when they see him. But the young man reflects on how the director stared at her, so he decides to ask if assistant Lee Jung-oh is beautiful. Concluding from his avoidance of the question, he thinks something must really be happening. Immediately after, he asks if the director doesn't want to go to his house, but Ji-hoon asks why he would. His friend says his mother idolizes him and had asked to invite him over sometime. She also wants to introduce him to some relatives so he can marry soon. But Ji-hoon responds that he's heard that many times and bids his friend goodbye. Getting into a car waiting for him, he thinks about how, in a life where he only has to pretend, even after losing 3 years of memory, there's no effort required, leaving him bored. Arriving home, the man can't get Lee Jung out of his head, reflecting that if he had to choose an ideal type of woman, he'd choose her. He thinks of her name while house. Then, when he's already on the couch, someone enters. Seeing who it is, he's surprised and asks what's going on and how they got in. The woman runs up to him, throwing herself at him, staring at him, and kissing him, then kissing him again, to which he responds. But unfortunately, it was all a dream. He wakes up a bit startled, thinking he might be a little crazy. Elsewhere, Lee Jung is angry and thinks he only calls her to the office to tell her that. Arriving at her building, she considers that he is not the same as the one she once knew, but then believes he was a fake. But she no longer cares, as she has Yena, who greets her immediately upon entering her home. The two embrace warmly, and Young's mother asks if she wasn't working overtime, but the woman denies it since it was her first day. Then she asks her daughter how her day went and if she had fun. The girl mentions that she met someone her age at the academy. This makes her mother happy, and she asks if they are already friends, which the girl denies, adding that he still doesn't know how to play Go. Her mother asks what the boy's name is. Yena responds that it is Park Do-bin, surprising her mother as it is a boy. The girl also says that the boy's mom was at the academy today and yesterday, and assumes she will also go tomorrow. Her mother asks if she is jealous of Do-bin, but the little one says no, just a little. Hearing this, her mother hugs her, apologizes, and reflects that she wished she could have given her a father. Then she wonders if he knows he fathered Yena, or if he thinks he gave her up. Then she believes he has other women, thinking so, and questioning whether she should leave. In a grand mansion while eating, Ji-hoon complains of pain in his shoulder. His mother asks if he feels any pain, and he replies that he didn't sleep well, but the truth is, he fell off the couch while sleeping. His father tells him to be careful with his behavior in front of the employees to avoid misunderstandings. Then he asks how the new job is going, and if he can manage. He says yes, and asks where his brother went, to which he replies that he had a business trip scheduled. At another moment, the young man reflects that he feels strange when he returns to his parents' home, as he has memories from his youth, but nothing from the last 7 years, and this fact impacts him. Just then, his mother enters the room where he is and asks what he is doing. He replies that he was just looking for his father, but the lady informs him that he went to work because he was busy. Something her son says is the same, but before leaving, he asks what happened during the 3 years of memories he lost. The woman, somewhat embarrassed, replies that he went to military service and besides that, everything was the same. He wonders if he really did, to which his mother responds that maybe it is a sign not to remember. To this, he agrees. Then his mother walks up to him and, pointing to his forehead, says that there used to be a red mark there and that she could guess his mood by that mark since when he was angry, the mark stood out. He remembers that and how he used to cover the mark with his bangs. So his mother says that if something bad happens, he should talk to her. He agrees, only to receive a hug from his mother, who says he is her only son and that she loves him. At Mac's company, Lee Jung arrives somewhat tired, greeted with a good morning by Ki-hoon, who arrived early as he is a new employee. Additionally, he asks if she wants to accompany him to the lounge to learn how the coffee machine works, which she accepts, taking her thermos. However, someone greets her and asks if she remembers them. Then they say they are Chai Eun-bi. The woman replies that she remembers her since there is no way she could forget her. Eun-bi then says it's nice to see her again and asks if things are going well, to which Young confirms. Then her supposed friend says she is also an editor and immediately asks how many years of experience she has. Young replies that she has 1 year. Eun-bi, somewhat surprised, asks what she was doing before, then smiles and highlights that she is the manager. In a memory of Ji-hoon, she recalls that Eun-bi was in the same class as her during their first year of middle school. Eun-bi asks if she wants a lipstick she's holding, mentioning that she hasn't used it yet. Ji-hoon responds no, as she doesn't use makeup. But Eun-bi insists, saying that Ji-hoon has a pretty face and that with a little makeup she'd look even more beautiful. She also points out that the lipstick is designer, as a way to convince her. Despite this, Ji-hoon refuses again, stating that she doesn't need makeup. The situation doesn't go unnoticed by their classmates, who seem to notice Eun-bi's displeasure at the rejection. That was the only interaction they had. Later in the school cafeteria, Ji-hoon's mother thanks them for the food and mentions they'll see each other later. Closely. She also notices how Ji calls the woman mom. Starting to serve, the woman wipes her forehead with her sleeve, a gesture Eun-bi observes. Because of this, Eun-bi calls the lady's attention and asks why she's serving food with sweaty hands, implying it's unhygienic. Then she demands that she change her gloves. Ji-hoon's mother, visibly uncomfortable, apologizes and assures she'll change them immediately. Later, the lady clarifies that she didn't wipe her head with her hands, but with her sleeve. Before serving the young woman her food, the lady accidentally hits her hand on the plate, causing it to fall to the ground. Immediately, the supervisor appears and asks what's going on. Eun-bi's friends explain that the student complained about the lady's poor hygiene, who, according to them, reacted by throwing the plate. Hearing this, the woman denies the accusation and assures it's all a misunderstanding. Despite this, Eun-bi intervenes and asks the lady to apologize, arguing that adults must act maturely. The woman's daughter, witnessing the situation, tries to get up to help her mother, but the lady gestures with her head for her not to approach. In the end, the lady apologizes but also decides to quit her job in the cafeteria. Over time, everyone finds out that the lady is Ji-hoon's mother. This sparks rumors that the young woman was eating leftovers from the cafeteria food. Even so, Eun-bi maintains a haughty attitude in front of her friends, pretending to be kind and understanding. Back in the present, Ji-hoon asks if the woman is the manager. She confirms and reminds him to use the proper honorifics at work. Before saying goodbye, she mentions they'll see each other often. This leaves Ji-hoon in a state of shock, sitting down to reflect. He now has one more reason to consider quitting the job, even thinking about drafting his resignation letter. However, before taking any action, he receives a call. It's Seung-gyu Park from the HR department, asking him to stop by his office for a moment. While walking there, Ji-hoon wonders why they're calling him again. Upon arrival, Seung-gyu tells him to come in and close the door. Once inside, he informs him there will be an adjustment to his current salary. He shows him the new amount and adds that the terms of his contract will also be updated. When asked if he agrees, Ji-hoon nods and signs the documents. At that moment, he considers that maybe the company isn't so bad after all and decides to endure a little longer. After that, Seung-gyu asks him to complete a form, which includes a section on family relations. Out of discretion, Ji-hoon chooses not to mention Yena and writes that he is not married. After dealing with the paperwork, Ji-hoon reflects that the company is a good place to build his career. He also appreciates its convenient location. For now, he plans to work there for a few years, though he knows he must avoid Ji-haeon and Eunbi at all costs. It's at that moment when, to his bad luck, he sees the man he most wants to avoid. Without thinking, he hides while watching him interact with a group of children visiting the company. Apparently, a local school had organized the excursion. Ji-hoon is surprised to notice that Ji-haeon seems to get along well with the kids. The children's teacher thanks him for the invitation, while Ji-haeon tells them he hopes they enjoyed the experience. Then, kindly, he directs them toward the auditorium. Before leaving, the teacher gives them a gift bag, cookies baked by the children and handmade cards. Ji-haeon smiles and thanks them, courteously saying goodbye to the kids. However, as he turns away, he does something that completely unsettles Ji-hoon. He attempts to throw the gift bag into a nearby trash can. Without thinking, Ji-hoon runs toward him to stop him. Upon reaching him, with a mix of anger and confusion, she can't help but wonder how the father of her daughter could be so inconsiderate. Finally, with a voice full of indignation, she blurts out, "How can you even think of throwing them away?" The man frees himself from Ji-hoon's grip, only to catch her again and announce that now they are going to talk. However, his friend sees him and, confused, asks what he is doing. Immediately after, he grabs his arm and reminds him they will be late. Before leaving, Assistant Lee quickly apologizes to Ji-hoon and promises to contact her later as they enter the elevator. Inside the elevator, his friend scolds him, saying this will cause problems. He asks what he was thinking by grabbing an employee's wrist and warns him that he cannot behave like that. The director tries to justify his actions by talking about the woman, but his friend becomes even angrier about how he refers to her, corrects him, saying her name is Jung-go. Despite this, the director insists that she addressed him informally, as if that justified his behavior. After the whole scene, Ji-hoon returns to her workspace feeling upset. She thinks that everything he had shown her was a facade and cannot help but feel deceived. As she tries to calm down, her phone rings. Upon answering, she realizes it's Jung-go's assistant, who apologizes for the director's attitude. The assistant explains that he has been close friends with the director since high school and was also his superior during military service. He assures her that he is there to help if anything else happens and apologizes again for the director's inappropriate behavior. After hanging up, she feels the call was uncomfortable and wishes to go home. Just then, the team manager arrives, reminding her about the planning meeting for Daewon Liquors, which she must attend. The assistant feels like she's about to lose control, assuming the meeting is being organized along with Eunbi's team. At the meeting, the manager announces that the liquor planning will be carried out by 2 production teams. She also takes the opportunity to introduce the team's new writer. Before Young can introduce herself, her supposed friend expresses joy, commenting that she couldn't handle all the writing alone and hopes to work with her soon. After the introductions, the meeting proceeds peacefully and productively, until a young man asks if Young has a boyfriend. She denies it, though in her mind she confesses she has a daughter. Eunbi, on the other hand, asks if she can take charge of the main script, something Young considers irrelevant. At the end, the manager announces they will try to move forward with the discussed points, and the next meeting will be scheduled for the following Tuesday. Eunbi steps forward to ask the manager if she is tired. The woman admits she is and curiously asks Eunbi when she plans to get married. Eunbi responds that her mother wants her to marry this year, but she's unsure as she's too busy. After that, they both say goodbye as they head to lunch. At that moment, the manager calls Assistant Lee and begins to comment that she saw her holding the director in front of the elevator. The assistant confirms the incident, leading the manager to ask if it was because he threw away the gift the children had given her. Young deduces that the manager witnessed everything. The manager admits that she also didn't find the director's actions appropriate, but assures her she understands, since his situation is different from theirs. Young doesn't understand what she means, so the manager explains that the director was involved in a hit-and-run accident. Because of this, the company tried to keep the matter secret. Additionally, the director was severely injured and also lost his memory. Upon hearing this, Young is paralyzed, and the manager informs her that he lost 3 years of his memories. She believes the incident happened 5 years ago. That's why she thinks he has become more cautious since the accident. The same goes for the cookies, as it's hard to trust food prepared by strangers, as eating them could pose a risk. Young, trembling, asks if she knows when the accident happened. The manager asks for a moment and, searching on her phone, finds an article about the incident. She explains that his family blocked most of the reports, but this is one of the few remaining. Young looks at the date on the article and realizes it matches the day he promised to pick her up to go to the hospital together. The manager asks if she is okay, to which the assistant nods and thanks her for the information before running out. While running, she wonders if he really forgot her. The woman rushes to the director's secretary's office and asks if he is available. The secretary informs her that he is with a visitor on the first floor. Hearing this, Young immediately heads there. She cannot believe he really forgot everything about them, and about Yana. She questions how he could forget her. She spots him and stares at him intently. Noticing her gaze, the man turns his head to avoid her, but after a moment he looks back at her. Young, with determined steps, walks toward him. Standing face to face, she wonders how much damage he must have suffered to reach the point of losing his. Then, she asks him if he knows who she is. He responds affirmatively, saying she is the writer, Assistant Lee. Hearing this, Young asks what else he remembers about her while thinking about her newborn daughter. However, before she can continue, someone calls the man. Turning around, Young finds herself facing Eunbi, the harpy. Eunbi, in a defiant tone, comments that she once mentioned that she and Assistant Lee were friends in high school. Then she asks if something is wrong, leaving Jung filled with uncertainty. After that, Eunbi asks if she's going to lunch, which Jung confirms. Then, her supposed friend asks her to speak informally when they are alone, and questions if she does it on purpose to make her uncomfortable. Young denies it and mentions that she has to leave now, walking away a bit embarrassed. Later, the director distances himself from Eunbi. By the way, the woman asks him what Young talked about with him. Additionally, she starts slandering her by saying that she used to steal her makeup and that all her classmates knew about it. However, she denied it. The director calls her by her full name and asks her not to cross the line, informing her that they only pretended to be in a relationship to avoid dealing with problematic matters. At that moment, it is revealed to us that 4 years ago, there was a rumor circulating among their acquaintances. Taking advantage of that opportunity and using it as an excuse, Eunbi proposed something to Jang Ji-hyun. Pretend they were dating. She assures him they don't need to say it's true, just pretend. She also mentions that she knows he's tired of women chasing him and adds that his mother is pressuring him to meet someone. Something similar happens to her. Then, The man tells her to do whatever she wants. After getting his approval, his name became her pride. Obviously, Eunbi took advantage of that relationship at her job, benefiting unilaterally. She confesses that at first, she was scared, but later got used to it since Jung Ji-hyun was always indifferent, both in the past and the present. Moreover, investigations into his past always show that his relationship history is non-existent. Although she doesn't know if he has mysophobia, he has always been alone, considering that she is the only one who can become Jung Ji-hyun's wife. In the director's office, he sees the bag of candies and letters, thinking it's Lee Jung's doing again. He recalls what she asked him and wants to know the reason. He wonders if it was because of what happened in the morning or maybe because of Park Seung-gyu, who startled her. Either way, he wonders why she looked so sad and reflects that he should have asked her at that moment. At another moment, Young feels dizzy and thinks that if she keeps working, she'll get better. She calls her mom to inform her that she'll work overtime. Her mom understands and, by the way, mentions that Yena has already eaten. She also says she found the hair clip at the restaurant. Young asks which one, and her mom responds that it was the purple hair clip she had been looking for a year ago. The woman comments that it was a year ago and that she clearly forgot, but her mom replies that she was the only one who forgot, since she wouldn't stop talking about it all the time. After hanging up, Jung wonders if for Ji-hyun, she is like that hair clip, something he lost without realizing it and never searched for again, being just a useless memory. Then, Eunbi calls her and asks if she'll attend the meeting. She also requests that she bring the folders to the room as they are needed. Young replies that it's okay, but confronts Eunbi and asks if she made her feel uncomfortable. The sweet woman replies no, but her harpy-like friend asks if she's not upset about being asked to do that. Young responds no. However, the manager sighs, calls everyone's attention, and says that if Young got angry to the point of turning red over something so trivial, she might end up infecting others and ruining their mood. Taking the folders, she comments that she'll take them herself and asks Jung to try to calm down. On her way out, Jung wonders what is happening to her. In another place, someone shouts that they won't brush their teeth. It's a boy asking his dad, who just arrived, to save him. His mom orders him to come over and asks if he'd rather brush his teeth or have her hit him. The boy chooses the latter, so the woman starts chasing him as he runs away. The father observes the situation while greeting his daughter, letting the two resolve the problem. Dobin insists he won't brush his teeth, but his mom says she'll tell Yena, saying that Park Dobin is a very dirty boy. Hearing that, the little boy stops crying and informs her that he'll brush his teeth. He walks to the bathroom alone, leaving his father confused, who follows to confirm that his son is changing. Then, the man asks who Yena is, and his mom responds that she is Dobin's friend from the Go Academy. She adds that she's a pretty, talented, and intelligent girl, even praised by the academy director. This surprises the man, who considers the girl incredible, an opinion shared by Dobin's mom, who wishes they would grow close. The man shares that wish as well. By the way, he turns out to be Jung Ji-hyun's best friend, the company director. Eunbi asks Jung-oh why she seems irritated. Jung, confused, questions whether the question is really for her, and Eunbi replies that it seems as if she's upset about something. Then Jung wonders why she's being told that if she isn't angry. Eunbi, insistent, asks if she's completely sure because, even if she's not, her expression clearly shows anger. Finally, Eunbi tells Jung she has a piece of advice and suggests she control her facial expressions, arguing that it's no coincidence that her position is higher than Jung's. Jung, once again confused, mentally wonders what nonsense Eunbi is saying. Annoyed, she thinks that Eunbi is still the same person, no matter how much time has passed. She's still someone without the slightest sense of decency, leaving Jung with the urge to insult her and move on. At another time, during a meeting, director Jung Ji-hoon arrives at a company meeting about promising new technology focused on areas with weak signals. Upon entering, he tells those present to continue what they're doing and sits next to Eunbi while the employees resume their discussion. Young-oh Lee wonders if the director and the manager really have an intimate relationship, recalling how, 7 years ago, he was very active in that aspect, regardless of time or place. He was insatiable. Jung reasons that someone who dates him for a few months is not the same as someone who does so for years. However, she wonders why he keeps looking at her if they're in a meeting and considers that he should focus on what is being said. Furthermore, she questions why he acts that way while having his partner by his side. This thought occupies Jung-oh Lee's mind. It's then that an employee informs them that the project's value is 5 billion won for 3 months, excluding production costs and online expenses. Ji-hoon expresses his enthusiasm for the project, but Jung-oh Lee remains intrigued by the reason for the director's glances toward her. Upon arriving home, Jung-oh immediately asks her mother where her daughter Yena is. Her mother tells her that Yena fell asleep waiting for her. Jung then collapses on the couch, complaining that every time she works, it feels like she loses a year of her life. Her mother sarcastically responds that if she keeps it up, she'll soon be the same age as her. Surprised, Jung asks if she should quit, to which her mother replies yes, suggesting she abandon everything, adding that she'll also do the same with the restaurant. Jung asks why she would close the restaurant when she could work with her, but her mother says she doesn't even know how to cook properly. Then her mother asks why she's considering quitting her job, and her daughter responds that it was a random question. At that moment, Yena wakes up calling for her mother, which makes her mother jump to say that the princess is awake and then asks if they can sleep together. Already in bed, Yena asks why she was late since she had been waiting for her. Her mother apologizes and promises they'll play a lot over the weekend. Then Yena calls her and says Park Do-bin is everywhere, and it's annoying. Jung asks if he's the boy she taught to play Go, but Yena replies that this is the teacher's job, to which her mother agrees, saying she's right. Then she thinks it would be great if she had a teacher too, to help her make the right decisions when problems arise. The next day, Jung Ji-hoon reflects on how exhausting it is to attend shareholder meetings, board meetings, and events, leaving no time to rest. He asks his secretary if anyone has looked for him, and she replies she will check and inform him. But before entering his office, she informs him that assistant manager Jung-oh Lee was looking for him. He asks when she came by, and the secretary responds around noon, adding that she seemed urgent, asking if she should speak to her. The director then asks her to call Jung again and wants her to come to his office. Meanwhile, Ki-hoon tells Jung-oh Lee there seems to be a drafting error. Alarmed, Jung asks what he means, and Ki-hoon sarcastically mentions if it's not an exaggeration to offer a 75% discount. Jung pleads with him not to mention it to anyone, but Ki-hoon insists on blackmailing her. At that moment, the secretary arrives and calls for the editor, informing her that the director is waiting for her. Jung wonders why he's calling her again, revealing that she's feeling a bit anxious. Already in the director's office, Jung says she's there because he called her, to which the director nods, approaching her. Meanwhile, the man analyzes every detail of the moment, from her line of sight to her facial expression. He perceives a nervousness that suggests she has something to tell him. Although curious, he admits to himself that this feeling is not normal. However, he cannot allow himself to get carried away and knows that things must go well. The director asks her to sit down, and then offers her some cookies from the previous day, which Jung questions if he picked up what he previously threw away. He asks if she doesn't want to eat them because they were taken from the trash, but she denies it, taking one right after. It's then that he mentions he just found out she was looking for him yesterday and asks why she was seeking him out. Director Jong Ji-hoon tells the so-called assistant manager that they can speak comfortably, followed by a brief silence. She responds that she also came for the cookies since she takes food very seriously. She continues, saying that if the director plans to throw food away in the future, he should give it to her, and that was all she wanted to tell him. The director, confused, asks if she sought him out just to say that. She answers yes, but he questions again if she was really on the verge of tears just because she couldn't tell him this. Young Oli explains that her fear was due to different circumstances. The director asks what those circumstances were, and she replies that they are personal matters. The director then asks if it was because manager Park Seung-yu was threatening her. Young, surprised, says it was absolutely not because of that and mentions that, in her opinion, the manager is actually a great person. He observes her closely, and at that moment, Young begins to reflect that she cannot appear weak. She then mentions that the director didn't even bother to say which family he belonged to, that he had forgotten everything because of the accident, and that he didn't even know they had a daughter together. But then, she wonders if he is a bad person or just someone worthy of pity. Suddenly, Young recalls that she had spoken with Ji-hoon after the accident and wonders how he could have called her if he had lost his memory. She begins to doubt if that voice was really her boyfriend's. Filled with doubts, she starts thinking that maybe that call was fake, part of someone else's plan, but she wonders who could have done that. Young, snapping out of her thoughts, speaks to him and asks the director if he has ever heard her name, Jung Oh-lee. The director, puzzled, asks if there is any reason he should remember it, perhaps if she had been in some famous commercial. Young thinks again about how idiotic this man is. But then she debates whether to tell him her identity and about Yina's existence. Even though she knows he's about to get married, she considers revealing the secret, thinking it would be better now than after the marriage. Young opens her mouth and tells director Ji-hoon that she has something important to tell him. Meanwhile, Yina arrives at the academy and encounters an older woman with a somewhat suspicious appearance. The girl wonders if this is her teacher since she has never seen her before, but before she can ask the mysterious woman interrupts her, saying she should thank her for the ride. Yena immediately complies, while the driver tells her to have fun, argues with Minseo, and then bids farewell to Yena. The older woman waits for the van to leave, then grabs Yena's hand and tells her they must go because she's late. Yena, confused, asks where they are going. The woman replies to the academy, but Yena points out that this is not the right direction. The woman insists, saying the academy has changed locations. The girl follows her, never suspecting she could be deceived, moving further away from the academy. At one point, Yena wonders where they are. Becoming suspicious, she pulls away from the woman and says she wants to call her mom. The woman, angry, asks why she's being so stubborn and then orders her to follow immediately. Although Yena complies, she eventually strays from the woman, managing to lose sight of her, leaving the little girl on her own. Meanwhile, the real teacher comes out to look for Yena, and Dobin asks if she is going to search for her, then immediately requests permission. The teacher agrees. Together, they reach the sidewalk in front of the academy. The boy asks the teacher if the girl won't be attending school today, and the teacher responds that she is also confused and will now make a call to find out where Yena is. The teacher calls someone saying she's from Yena's academy and that the girl has not yet arrived. On the other side of the line, the person assures that Yena clearly got off the bus and was with the teacher, but the real teacher insists she didn't pick her up. The person on the phone says that can't be true and that they will come back to verify the situation. The student, noticing his teacher's expression, asks fearfully if the girl has disappeared. When Jung Oh Lee is about to reveal the secret to Jung Ji-hoon, her phone starts ringing. The director asks if she's not going to answer, but she replies no, as it's probably not important. The director insists that it might be something urgent, so the assistant manager decides to step out to answer and then come back. The director, confused, thinks he didn't want her to leave just to take a call. Outside the office, Yena's mother sees the call is from the Go Academy and proceeds to answer. She speaks with the teacher and is startled to hear her daughter didn't arrive at school, even though she got off the van but never made it to the building. Jung Oh Lee quickly takes a taxi and arrives at the school, meeting with the teacher. She asks what happened to her daughter and if anyone has seen her. The teacher replies that Yena has already been found and that she just received a call saying Yena is with the police and being escorted back to the school. The mother, relieved, collapses to the ground and thanks that nothing bad happened to her daughter. At that moment, the teacher comforts Jung and comments that she's sorry for what she's going through. Shortly after, a woman arrives and introduces herself as Dobin's mother, one of Yena's classmates at the academy. She says her son wanted to see Yena because he cares a lot about her and wants to wait for her to return. Jung recognizes Dobin and greets him, but suddenly she sees her daughter from afar. Yena calls out to her mother, and she is accompanied by a police officer. The two run to each other and hug tight. The mother asks if she's hurt or if everything is okay, and Yena confirms that she's perfectly fine. Jung asks where she was and how she ended up going off on her own, as it could have been dangerous. The child responds that she was with a woman who said she was her teacher. Confused, the mother asks for more details, and Yena insists that the woman claimed to be her teacher from the academy. At that point, the police officer intervenes, saying that the supposed teacher seems suspicious and that they will investigate further. He adds that he will contact her after reviewing the area's security cameras. The officer introduces himself as Kwon Bae-il from the Hwayang police station. The mother greets him and thanks him for his help. Meanwhile, Jung Ji-hoon is waiting and wonders what kind of call could take so long. Heading to the exit, he asks the secretary where the assistant manager is. The secretary informs him that she left a few moments ago, surprising the director. He asks the secretary to let Jung Oh Lee know to return and immediately wonders what could be happening with her. The secretary returns, saying that Jung is no longer in the offices, much to the director's surprise. The real teacher takes responsibility for the child's disappearance, and the bus driver also apologizes, explaining that the fake teacher bore a strong resemblance to the real one. She admits she should have verified her identity. Although relieved that her daughter is safe, Yena's mother tells them this could have ended much worse and that they should be more careful in the future. The teacher bids them farewell, and Yena does the same since they will see each other tomorrow. Shortly after, Dobin's mother interrupts the mother-daughter conversation. She offers them a ride home, as both are probably exhausted. Jung accepts graciously, and after getting in the car, Dobin's mother asks where to take them. Jung replies, asking if she could drop them at the nearby market. The woman asks if it's the market in the area, and Jung confirms that it is. The woman mentions that her parents used to have a flower shop there called Jinseo. Jung says she knows it, and adds that her mother also owns a restaurant there, Guksun Baekban. The woman replies that she knows it too and will have to stop by to greet Jung's mother one day, adding that it must be fate. On the way, Yena tells her mother she has a drawing she wants to show her, as they drew zoo animals at daycare. The mother asks to see it, opening the child's backpack and pulling out the drawing. She then asks what animal it is, and her daughter replies that it's a deer. The woman says she did a great job, to which Yena nods in agreement, though deep down, her mother wishes for Yena to grow up healthy. However, while going through her daughter's backpack, Jung finds a note. She wonders what it is, and to her shock, she reads, The girl looks like her mother in appearance and her father in personality. The mother, in a state of shock, begins to realize that someone knows she is the mother of Jung Ji-hoon's daughter. Young-oh Lee sinks into a sea of anxious thoughts. She is sure someone is watching them. She wonders if she should tell the police, but questions whether they would consider a note that isn't even a threat. Then she reflects on whether she might be facing someone very powerful, like Ji-hoon's father. Her thoughts are interrupted by Do-bin's mother, who asks if she was on work hours. Young nods, and Jin Seo comments on how incredible the woman she is driving is. How she works so hard while raising such a smart girl like Yena. Young denies it, saying she wouldn't know what to do if Yena went missing again. She explains she left work hurriedly because of the situation, but Jin Seo says it's understandable. Then, Jin Seo suggests taking Yena along after picking up Do-bin from daycare. She offers to have Yena over at Do-bin's house to play, and once Jung's mother closes her restaurant, she can pick Yena up. Although Jung thinks it's a good idea, she says it might be a bother for Jin Seo, but the latter denies it, assuring her it isn't. She mentions how adorable Yena is and how much Do-bin adores her. Jin Seo even adds that Do-bin's behavior might improve when he's around Yena. Jin Seo suggests trying this for a week, assuring Jung she'll always take good care of Yena. Jung, hearing this, thinks about how wonderful Jin Seo is, considering her an angel and feeling she has finally found her own. Meanwhile, Ji-hoon is silently sitting in his office when Park Soo-kyu asks if he isn't going home. Ji-hoon curtly responds no. Curious about the response, Soo-kyu insists on chatting and asks if Ji-hoon wants to hear something funny. He shares that his son has a crush on a girl. It was love at first sight, and his wife secretly confessed this to him, commenting on how fast things are with kids nowadays. Ji-hoon, upon hearing this, replies that it's only funny to Soo-kyu remarks how cold Ji-hoon is and asks if something happened, which Ji-hoon denies, though Soo-kyu suspects otherwise. Ji-hoon insists nothing is wrong and tells Soo-kyu to go home. Before leaving, Soo-kyu asks if Ji-hoon hates him. Ji-hoon sighs and assures him he doesn't. He even appreciates him, which is why he keeps him around, even though he was sent by his mother. Soo-kyu is surprised to hear this, but Ji-hoon assures him he will always treat him well and not let him down. Soo-kyu becomes angry, accusing Ji-hoon of seeing him only as someone sent by his mother. He claims that although Ji-hoon doesn't trust him, he always supports him, even if their friendship lacks trust. Finally, Soo-kyu says he doesn't understand why Ji-hoon thinks that way and considers him a friend. He yells that he's on Ji-hoon's side, not his mother's, before storming out of the office in anger. Back with Young, she tells Yena not to listen to strangers, accept food from them, or follow them. Yena repeatedly affirms her understanding, but Jung continues to explain that if she doesn't like something, she must say so firmly. Yena nods to everything, but Jung questions whether her daughter is simply parroting the answers without understanding. Yena confirms, then denies it. Jung decides to test her daughter, asking what she would do if an unknown adult asked for her help. Yena responds that she would help them. Jung wonders what to do with such a kind-hearted child. She then explains that it's wrong for adults to ask children for help and that Yena shouldn't assist them. She hugs her, as Yena confirms she now understands. However, her mother remains concerned and asks if she truly understands everything. Yena confirms, prompting her mother to wish for her to grow up healthy and safe. At the office, Jung-oh Lee is having a cup of coffee when the director's secretary appears and asks if Jung went to his office. Jung asks why, and the secretary explains she left a note on his desk, questioning if Jung saw it. Jung confirms she didn't. The secretary informs her that the director has been looking for her since the previous day, recommending she go to his office immediately. This causes Young's expression to change instantly. Although she fears the director might be angry for making him wait so long, Young enters and greets him, receiving no response. She looks over to where he is and notices he's asleep. Deciding to approach him, she realizes he's wearing the same clothes as the previous day. She wonders why he didn't go home and if he's overworked. Observing his sleeping face, she realizes it's the same as always. She reflects, thinking he hasn't completely changed, and wonders if his mother might be the cause of this. Young questions if this is her doing and wishes to know how much she knows. Determined to uncover more through the people around him, as well as him, she silently asks him to wait a little longer as she pieces everything together. She vows to ensure he meets Yena. Reaching out her hand toward him, she pleads with him to wait just a bit more. Turning to leave, something stops her. Looking back, she notices he has grabbed her wrist and is asking where she is going. Jung Ji-hoon suddenly wakes up frightened and asks Jung Oh-lee if she kissed him. She is surprised and tries to deny it to the director, but he interrupts her again, saying he doesn't want to make it a big issue, but questions how she is going to take responsibility for what happened. Young tries to explain, saying it wasn't a kiss, but the director insists that it was at least a peck. He says he can't believe it, as he has experienced many things, but none of them have been a kiss while he was sleeping. Young continues to deny it and finally manages to say with a sad expression that it was a tear, that the feeling of a kiss was because a tear fell on his face. Ji-hoon replies that she is good at lying, but she insists she is telling the truth. However, Ji-hoon doesn't believe her, as he finds no reason for her to shed a tear while looking at him. Young, with seriousness, says it was because he resembled her late father. The director keeps insisting that it's a lie, but Young firmly states that it's true. Ji-hoon starts pressuring her, asking in what ways they were similar and if she has a photo to show him. Young, nervous, her story, saying it was because the director was as handsome as her father. She tries to leave, but the director stops her, reminding her that she had something to tell him the day before. She responds that she wanted to tell him he resembled her father and opens the door to leave. He reproaches her for making him wait an hour, but she asks if it was only an hour, dismissing it and leaving him with a devastated expression. Young leaves the office, nervous, wondering what 1 hour means when she had waited 7 years. While complaining about life, Chae Eun-bi calls her from her desk. When she arrives, Young, thoughtful, wonders about the reason behind the woman's piercing gaze, whether she now likes her, and then asks if something happened. Eun-bi asks where she was the day before, and Young responds that she left early because of an emergency. Eun-bi retorts, saying it's not like she's the only one with emergencies. Young, nervous, realizes that Eun-bi just wants to argue. Eun-bi reminds her that they divided the meeting tasks and that the day before, she and the other team members worked hard on the part assigned to Young-oh. But Young responds that she had already finished her part and uploaded it to the shared folder before anyone else. She asks her superior if she hadn't seen it. Eun-bi, confused and somewhat nervous, begins searching for the information, and Young asserts that everyone else already verified the work. Additionally, she asks her to double-check and walks away from Eun-bi's desk. She leaves with a triumphant expression, mentally pleading that Eun-bi won't bother or threaten her at work anymore, as she won't let bullies go unpunished. She resolves not to let anyone threaten her again, as she needs to protect herself and Yena, referencing a promise she made. However, she laments that work life is very hard, revealing how exhausted she feels, reflecting that even without confrontations, it's extremely draining. When she opens the elevator, she runs into the director again and wonders why him, asking if he isn't going to get in. She agrees, though with some discomfort. That's when she sees Park Soo-kyu stopping by the elevator and asks if he's also going to get in. But the man looks at who's inside and refuses, leaving Young confused as she asks if the director had an argument with him, glancing sideways. She adds that Park is an angelic person and doesn't believe he could have made any mistakes. Quickly, she apologizes, wondering if she was too blunt, and comments that she only cares because he reminds her of her father. Ji-hoon asks if all daughters are like that, if they all care so much about their fathers. Young confirms that they are. Then she suggests he reconcile, as it seems Soo-kyu cares a lot about him, leaving the atmosphere in silence. Meanwhile, Dobin, impressed, shows Yena a shiny jelly, commenting that it looks like her eyes. Jinseo observes both of them joyfully, thinking about how adorable they are. Then, she hears a noise at the door and announces she's on her way. When she opens it, she sees it's Ji-hoon, who then greets her. Jinseo is so surprised that she almost doesn't react in the moment, but then, embarrassed, repeats how surprised she is. They both greet each other, commenting on how long it has been since they last met. She invites him in and he enters, asking for permission. As she shows him around the house, Ji-hoon reveals he bought some fruits. Jinseo thanks him but says it wasn't necessary. Then, she asks him what brought him to her house, and he replies that he came to look for Seo-kyu, who had left work early. Jinseo says he hasn't arrived and that she'll try to contact him. Then she invites him to sit down. Dobin asks who he is, and his mother replies that he's a friend of his father, Uncle Ji-hoon. Dobin greets him, and the director responds courteously. Then the boy takes the opportunity to mention that his friend is also present and points to Yena. They exchange deep looks, as if they already know each other. Jinseo tells Dobin that, when the time comes, he should say his friend is also there. Dobin says it, but his mother adds the same with a kind expression, and the director understands. She reflects that it would be Dobin's girlfriend, someone he fell in love with at first sight, and thinks that all kids are adorable. Soo-kyu, while walking down the street, remembers his wife mentioning Yena's visit and that he should arrive home late so as not to disturb the children. Park, feeling sad, reflects that Ji-hoon always drank with him, even if they weren't friendly. His phone rings, and Park answers. Jinseo, upset, yells at him to return immediately. He asks if Yena had already left, but his wife responds no, although it's an emergency because Ji-hoon is at their house. This leaves Park in shock. Dobin brings something to drink to the guest and asks his uncle if he knows how to play Go. The uncle replies that he knows a little. The boy invites him to play and asks if he knows how to lose. The director returns the question, asking if Dobin truly knows how to play, and Dobin mentions that he attends a Gyo academy. Then the boy sees Yena and asks her to watch him play Go with his uncle, and she decides to observe. The boy tells his uncle to start, but Yena corrects him, saying that's not right and that the person with the black pieces should start. Dobin responds that he already knew that, so they start playing, and with each of the boys' moves, Yena intervenes, saying it should be done differently, and Dobin simply accepts it. The director thinks the girl is very good at playing Go, and then asks what happens if he places the piece there. The girl seems a bit thoughtful and decides to move another piece. The man looks at her and wonders if she's the same age as Dobin, which would be 6 years old. He curiously adds how she could be so intelligent. Jinseo arrives with food and comments that Yena is truly talented, beautiful, and intelligent. The director asks if her name is really Yena, and the girl confirms it is. Then he asks who taught her to play Go, and Yena replies that it was her teacher. He insists, asking why not her father, and the girl responds that she doesn't have a father. The director seems to get nervous and thinks he shouldn't have asked that. Upon hearing that, Dobin asks if he should offer her his father, but Yena replies that it's fine. Just then, Park Seo-kyu arrives and is embraced by his children. He then asks what the director was doing there, and the director replies that he came to see him. So he gets up and suggests that he'll stop there, asking her to play with Dobin instead. It's then that the girl asks the director when he'll return, and he asks why she wants to know. Yena joyfully answers that it was fun. They both begin discussing which day he might come back to play Go again, and the little girl suggests a Monday, pulling on his clothes and encouraging him to play with her again. A bit nervous, the man confirms they can play Go again, and they agree it will be a Monday in 3 weeks. Ji-hoon says goodbye and leaves, thinking that children forget quickly, so everything will be fine. Park and Ji-hoon walk as Park mentions that he can't take too long. Ji-hoon understands his position. After distancing themselves a bit, Jung-oh runs toward Jin-seo's house. Young arrives, knocks on the door, and Jin-seo answers, inviting her in. Yana and her mother see each other and both smile, calling her daughter Princess Yana. Young comments that it must have been difficult for Jin-seo to take care of Yana, but she replies that it wasn't and adds that thanks to the girl, Dobin has matured a lot. She even offers to take care of Yana whenever needed, suggesting leaving her every day. Jin-seo asks her son if he'd like that, and he agrees, saying they should live together, but his mother scolds him for being rude in saying that. This makes both mothers laugh. After that lovely moment, Young and her daughter walk down the street, talking about the day. The mother asks if she really had so much fun, and the girl replies yes, but says the reason is a secret. The mother, confused, is surprised that her daughter is keeping a secret. Yana mentions that in a few weeks she'll need to return to Dobin's house and asks with a kind expression if she'll be allowed to go again. At the bar, Jung Ji-hoon and Park Soo-kyu are talking. Ji-hoon apologizes for being rude to Park, but Park, with a slightly annoyed tone, asks if Ji-hoon really thought he was on his mother's side. Ji-hoon responds that he didn't, but fails to convince him, and Park insists that it is the truth. Park says it's fine, but admits he felt very upset by Ji-hoon's attitude. Then he asks if Ji-hoon thinks he can reason properly when he lets himself be carried away by his emotions. Without waiting for an answer, Park states no and adds that even with few emotions, he can end up hurting people. Park reflects and remembers that 7 years ago, Ji-hoon was a man full of enthusiasm, with a special sparkle in his eyes, before the accident that made him lose his memory. He used to smile a lot and was more affectionate than he is now. But after that incident, Park felt he had lost his friend. Continuing with his thoughts, Park tells himself that although Ji-hoon seems kind and polite on the outside, inside, he is surely suffering. It's as if, in this summer, Ji-hoon is the only one still trapped in winter. Park only wishes he could pull him out of that cycle, but unable to do so, he settles for staying by his side as he always has. Instinctively, Soo-kyu comments that the director is part of his life and that he wants him to always be happy. He adds that, even if he isn't part of his whole life, he is definitely a significant portion of it. He wishes for the winter in which he lives to end and finishes by thanking his friend for looking for him. He also apologizes for the words he said earlier, though he still doesn't understand why Ji-hoon went to his house. In a flashback, Ji-hoon recalls Jung encouraging him to make an effort to find his friend because Park was very important to him. Ji-hoon tells this to Park, saying that, according to Jung, Park is valuable to him. Park sighs, still somewhat distrustful. Jung Ji-hoon arrives at the company and sees Jung-oh Lee talking to an employee. The employee comments that she is excellent at taking notes. Jung responds that she just wrote what she thought. But the employee keeps praising her, claiming that she is an excellent assistant manager no matter what she does. Almost instinctively, Ji-hoon interrupts the conversation, startling the employee, who greets him quickly. Ji-hoon asks what time the meeting will start, and Ki-hoon responds that it will be in 10 minutes. The director asks him to print the minutes of the previous week's meeting, and the employee nods. The director sits with Jung-oh and comments that, thanks to her, he and Park reconciled. Jung, somewhat confused, looks at him doubtfully, but Ji-hoon thanks her for her advice. This triggers a flashback in Jung, who remembers the dialogue where she gave her advice. You can't cut a beautiful ribbon with scissors just because it has a knot. The knot must be untied. Jung feels embarrassed and reflects that, in reality, she was saying those words to herself. She begins to feel guilty for not having looked for Ji-hoon in the past, for losing faith and not trusting her husband. She blames herself for not living a different life now. Ji-hoon jokingly tells Jung that if she misses her father, she can visit him. Jung, confused, asks what he means, and he reminds her that she supposedly looks like her father, insisting that she visit him to see for herself. She questions this, and then feels uncomfortable, but Ji-hoon persists in his suggestion. Finally, she thanks him, visibly embarrassed. At that moment, Ki-hoon arrives to inform the director that he has already printed the minutes of the previous meeting. The director, impressed, comments on how fast he was, and Ki-hoon confirms it. At the meeting, a female employee suggests that everyone share their ideas during the meeting, and Chae Eunbi volunteers to start. While Chae presents her ideas, the director seems somewhat nervous, and Jung notices that he is anxious and distracted. She wonders what is wrong with him. Chae continues talking about her project, but the director, still inattentive, drops the pen he was holding, which by chance ends up at Jung's feet. She wonders if he dropped it on purpose and is trying to make her pick it up. So she sighs and bends down to retrieve it, but before reaching the pen, the director bends down at the same time, and their hands touch almost romantically. Jung feels extremely embarrassed and quickly returns to her seat. She begins to wonder what the hell just happened, wanting to make sure it wasn't intentional. Chae continues explaining her project, and Jung reflects that the supposed flirtation by the director doesn't make sense if the person he loves is right in front of them. While everyone presents their ideas, the woman decides to interrupt to present her own project idea. A scene shows a person drinking beer, and the shot zooms out to reveal that the scene was from a movie another person was watching while drinking the same beer. Everyone at the table approves, highlighting that her proposal conveys the tranquility of drinking beer when watching an advertisement. Eunbi seems annoyed, but Jung is praised and smiles with satisfaction. Chae Eunbi, in the restroom, begins to question why Jung Ji-hoon is acting strange. She mentions that since the day she ran into Jung and Ji-hoon, everything has felt off, and even during today's meeting, things seemed unusual. She recalls a note she saw on Jung's desk and reassures herself that Ji-hoon is not that type of person. She reflects that he has always kept his distance from women, to the point where some people questioned his sexuality. Finally, she feels uneasy thinking that the person involved in all this could be Jung-oh. Eunbi's thoughts are interrupted by a coworker who asks if she's okay. Eunbi replies that she's not, but her colleague insists on helping her. Eventually, Eunbi agrees and says she'll tell her, but it's a secret. Her co-worker promises to keep it confidential, and Eunbi begins talking about Jung-oh. She explains that Jung was a high school friend she tried to get close to, but when she succeeded, she discovered that Jung was the type of person who takes things without permission and uses them for herself, someone who copies others just to seem interesting. The co-worker is surprised by what she hears and comments that she didn't know Jung was like that. She asks if Jung has changed those habits, but Eunbi responds that she hasn't, and adds that Jung pretends to be shy, even though she frequently visits Ji-hoon. The co-worker asks why she does that, and Eunbi says she doesn't know but assumes it's to tell certain things to the director. Outraged by Jung's supposed actions, the co-worker says Jung needs to learn her place and promises to keep an eye on her for Eunbi's sake. At that moment, someone leaves the restroom, and both fall silent. Eunbi's friend mentions that it's the team leader, Seong Miran, and that she divorced her husband because he cheated on her with a coworker. She also adds that Assistant Lee will end up being hated by the leader because she overheard their conversation. At home, Jung braids her daughter's hair while reflecting on how tense the atmosphere at work has been for the past few days. She notes that besides the cold environment in Team 1, she now also feels it from the team leader. Then, she wonders if she did something wrong to make her team leader so nervous. At that moment, her daughter Yena snaps her out of her thoughts by mentioning that there's only 1 week left. Confused, asks what she's talking about, and Yena reminds her that the day will be next Thursday. Young thinks about how she could have forgotten such a special date and is surprised to realize that her daughter is about to turn 6 years old. She recalls that Yena was born prematurely and had to be hospitalized due to a condition called cyanosis. She also remembers something strange. Yena was born with a birthmark called a salmon patch, which was supposed to disappear after a year. But the mark, which was supposed to fade, still remains. She explains that in other places, this mark is known as the angel's kiss, symbolizing that the baby is so beautiful that an angel kissed their forehead. Young then asks her daughter what she wants for her birthday, and Yena replies that she wants a birthday party. Hearing this, her mother hugs her tenderly and reflects on how Yena turned her world into paradise. Internally, she calls Jung Ji-hyun and tells him that her daughter is about to turn 6 years old. Back at the office, Young is confronted by Eunbi's co-worker, who asks if she heard about the sudden liquor meeting at Daewon. The assistant responds that she hasn't heard anything about it, and Eunbi's co-worker tells her to try to pay more attention. With a cold expression, Cho continues, saying that the advertiser is on the way and wants a dinner with the production team. However, since the person in charge is traveling, the only one who can take on this responsibility at that moment is the assistant manager, Young-oh Lee. Nervously, she accepts the task, though she thinks that in the past she would have avoided this situation at all costs. However, now she feels it's okay to take it on and leaves to eat something nice to calm herself. Meanwhile, director Jung Ji-hoon goes to talk to Eunbi's friend, who looks visibly anxious and scared. Ji-hoon asks if there's no one in production team 2. After she provides more information about where the others are, Ji-hoon realizes that only one member of the production team was sent alone to speak with the advertisers. The woman tries to answer, saying the others are busy with other tasks, but Ji-hoon interrupts her, calling the team leader to request the contact information for assistant manager Jung-oh Lee. On a rainy day in another place, Young notices that the umbrellas are sold out and that the rain started suddenly. She debates whether to borrow one or wait for the rain to let up, as it seemed light. From afar, Ji-hoon sees her and thinks she couldn't have gone far without an umbrella. He is with Park Soo-kyu, who suggests sharing the umbrella, but Ji-hoon tells him to use it alone and says he can run in the rain. His friend questions why and says they could use it together, but the director insists on using only one. However, he asks him to leave after 3 minutes. Ji-hoon starts removing his coat, approaching Jung and surprising her by asking if she has an umbrella, leaving her nervous. Young responds that she doesn't have one, so Ji-hoon suggests they share his. He opens his coat over their heads to shield them from the rain, but Jung, nervous, refuses, saying it's okay. She wonders if he wants them to run together in the rain, then argues that she can buy one nearby. However, Ji-hoon insists and proposes to accompany her at least halfway. With few options, Jung agrees, but throughout the journey she is tense and thinks this is all crazy. From a distance, Park Soo-kyu watches the scene and comments that Ji-hoon seems to be in a romantic movie. At the same time, he feels happy, knowing he now has something to tease his friend about. Ji-hoon and Jung-oh were walking in the rain, and the woman stopped to say that they just needed to walk a little further, as they might find an umbrella in the shop across the street. That's when they both went in. Young thanked him and mentioned she was going to buy him an umbrella as a token of gratitude, to which Ji-hoon said it wasn't necessary. However, Young approached the vendor and asked if there was only one umbrella left. The man replied that he had several more in stock, so Young bought 2, giving one to Ji-hoon and keeping the other for herself. Ji-hoon tried to refuse, saying he would return it since he had many at home. But Young insisted, arguing that he could at least use it that day and then return it to her later, as she didn't have one at home. Meanwhile, she thought to herself that a simple umbrella is not good enough for someone rich like him. Then, Ji-hoon called her to resume their walk, and they continued talking under their umbrellas. Young suggested they could go to the restaurant Ki-hoon had recommended since it was nearby. However, Ji-hoon proposed another place he preferred. Young agreed, but joked that if anyone criticized her for choosing the wrong place, it would be the director's fault. Ji-hoon replied that she could do as she pleased. Back at the office, Chae Eun-bi asked Cho where assistant Jung-oh Lee was. The redhead replied that she had sent her to prepare for the meeting. Eun-bi mocked, commenting that they couldn't do much in that situation since everyone was busy. But mentally, she thanked Cho for helping her without even being asked. She felt euphoric imagining Jung-oh having to manage on her own until the others arrived. Eun-bi saw the director's secretary and asked if she was finishing her shift and if the director had already left. The woman confirmed, adding that he was on his way to meet with the production team and advertisers. She then asked if Chae and Cho would also attend, leaving Eun-bi with a shocked expression. Then both headed to the hard rock music and Cho asked the manager to walk more slowly, but Eun-bi responded that it was all her fault, questioning how she could send that writer alone to deal with the clients. Eun-bi reflected that things weren't going as she had planned. Then she entered and saw something that shocked her. It was Ji-hoon and Jung together smiling. After that, her face turned into a mix of surprise and rage. This caused her to have a flashback of lawyer Chae Eun-yup, who told her she wasn't even capable of winning Ji-hoon over for herself. That man reminded her that she had to marry him since the election year was approaching. He added that even though she wasn't good at anything, she should at least excel in marriage. Back in the present, Eun-bi reaffirmed to herself that her only purpose in life was to marry him, revealing a determined look. After dinner, Jung-oh and Jung Ji-hoon stopped by a convenience store. Jung commented that everyone at the meeting had been drinking and asked Ji-hoon if he wasn't worried about going to work the next day. Both tried to pay for what they picked up at the same time, but Young joked that she would choose something more expensive since the director was willing to cover the costs. Ji-hoon asked if she was okay. She confirmed and thanked him for the drink. Then she asked him what he thought about the dinner and whether they had managed to impress the advertisers. Suddenly, Young began to show signs of discomfort. Alarmed, Ji-hoon asked her if she had really drunk that much. In a low voice, Jung replied that she wasn't feeling well. The director, somewhat concerned, offered to take her home, but she declined, saying she could go by herself. As she walked away, Ji-hoon watched her, reflecting on how Jung always found a way to leave. This made him feel bad about something he didn't understand, and he questioned who she was and how he could make her turn around and look at him. Impulsively, Ji-hoon called out to her as she walked away, asking where she thought she was going. Young, surprised, looked at him and thought for a moment that Ji-hoon's memories had returned. She approached him, hoping to confirm it, almost as if she was going to kiss him. He seemed like he was going to embrace her, but then questioned what that reaction of hers was about. Then, noticing that he wasn't reacting as she expected, she told herself it had all been just a joke. The moment was broken when Ji-hoon, in a serious tone, commented that she seemed very drunk and suggested she pull herself together, even if he reminded her of her father. Devastated by his words, Young asked him if he was joking. He confirmed that he was, but added that it didn't matter since she should go home in that state, revealing that she was angry. He then commented that he would take her home. But in a burst of sadness and desperation, Young ran off without responding, leaving Ji-hoon behind. He, meanwhile, stood watching her leave, confused and full of conflicting thoughts. Young Oli's mother asks her daughter how much she drank the night before, then immediately hands her a bowl of soup. She takes the opportunity to tease her daughter, saying that she looks like a toad and drank so much that her eyes ended up looking like that. Young, feeling uncomfortable, replies that it's not because of that and quickly recalls the previous night, blaming herself and thinking it's all because of what Jung Ji-hyun said. She claims she only drank in moderation, but her mother interrupts, laughing and saying that she even drank moderation itself. Young, somewhat nervous, asks her mother to lower her voice because Yena might hear them. Amused, her mother asks if Jung is embarrassed in front of her own daughter. Young comments that instead of feeling hungover, it seems like she caught a cold. Her mother, jokingly, says that besides eating a lot, now she also catches colds and advises her to take a day off to rest. However, Young explains that she can't miss work because she just started at the company, but adds that at least the next day is the weekend, so she can hold on a little longer. Suddenly, Young starts feeling worse and exclaims, "Oh my God!" Her mother tries to reassure her, telling her not to worry. On her way to work, Young thinks about how little she wants to go in and regrets not listening to her mother. She also wonders what kind of problem will arise that day and promises herself to avoid Director Ji-hyun. However, as she tries to avoid him, he surprises her and makes her nervous. Ji-hyun calls her name, and Jung can only think about how much he unsettles her and wonders when he got so close. He starts talking about what happened the previous day, but they are separated by the crowd in the elevator. During that brief moment of distance, Young wonders why Ji-hyun is acting this way. She thinks she's not in the best condition right now and wonders if he plans to apologize. At one point, the elevator starts getting crowded, squeezing the woman even more, as everyone tries to keep their distance from the director. Then, the elevator stops, and Young asks to wait, realizing that she needs to get off on this floor, but it's so packed that moving is nearly impossible. She keeps insisting, but notices that her voice isn't loud enough, until Ji-hyun takes her by the hand and pulls her out of the elevator. For a few seconds, they share an intimate moment, almost like a couple, exchanging intense glances. However, Young breaks the moment by asking the director to let her go. Ji-hyun asks if she is hurt and comments that she doesn't look well. Young assures him that everything is fine, but he insists on knowing if she's sick. Irritated, she responds that it's just a cold and, to herself, blames the director for all her troubles. She thinks there's nothing good to expect from him, and that it was naive of her to believe he would apologize. With a pounding headache, she tries to stop thinking about him since she has so much work to do. Suddenly, she hears Ki-hoon calling her. She greets him, and he mentions that he did what the manager asked and that he stored her bag, as Young had forgotten it when she rushed out the day before. She thanks him for his help, and Ki-hoon tells her that they both need to work hard, to which she nods. Later, Young starts feeling worse, and a colleague asks if she is okay. Then suggests that she take some medicine. Both the colleague and Ki-hoon comment that it looks like she had a tough day and that her hangover must be severe. Young assures them that she is fine and asks them not to worry, although she thinks her cold is getting worse. Hearing a vibration, she checks her phone and sees a message from the director asking her to come to his office. As she walks there, still feeling unwell, she wonders why he called her and if he will finally apologize. Upon entering, she greets the director, who offers her some cold medicine. Young refuses, but Ji-hyun insists, saying he bought it especially for her. Confused, she asks why he bothers with things like this, to which he replies that she should take it to work efficiently. Young sinks into sad thoughts, blaming him for making her sick and at the same time trying to cure her. She feels this isn't what she expected and regrets not having the strength to argue with him due to her condition. Suddenly, Ji-hyun stands up and covers her with his coat, saying that someone who is sick should stay warm. Surprised, Young wonders what this is and why he is doing this now. She quickly tells him that she has her own style, but he responds that the coat suits. Ji-haeon tells Young to just wear the coat and forget that he gave it to her since he had never used it before. Young-oh, still feeling very unwell, tells the director that she wishes he would let her leave early. Ji-haeon understands and asks if she wants him to take her home immediately. She thinks about how the director hasn't mentioned anything about the previous day and seems focused on other things. Finally, she tells him she prefers to keep working and will just take a pill. After she leaves, he mutters that she could have taken more and wonders aloud what's so difficult about that. During lunch, Young-oh falls asleep at her desk and dreams. In her dream, Ji-haeon comforts her by covering her with a coat. A part of Young's conscious mind wonders if he even remembers what happened 7 years ago and questions why he acts and smiles just like back then. Her team leader wakes her up asking if she feels better. Young replies that she does, thanks to the medicine she took. Cheerfully, the leader invites her to have soup together. After eating, Young thanks her for the meal, saying it was delicious, and her colleague responds that she really enjoyed sharing lunch with the assistant manager. Then, she asks if she can talk to her about something that has been bothering her. Young gives her permission, and the woman asks if she already knew Director Ji-haeon before, or if she had a relationship with him before the accident that caused her amnesia. Young-oh is completely surprised and scared, but before she can respond, her colleague notices her reaction and immediately interrupts her, saying she doesn't need to explain anything if she doesn't want to, and understands that she must have her own reasons. She only wanted to know because she noticed that Young's expression changes every time the director is mentioned, and she also brings up the incident in front of the elevator. Then, she asks if, since Young had known Ji-haeon for a long time, she didn't intend to confess that to him. After all, he is getting married soon, and besides, they both work at the same company. Nervously, Young-oh responds that she is not sure. Her colleague does not pressure her and says she understands, but adds that if she needs someone to talk to or confide in, she can count on her, offering to listen to her story over a few drinks. Then, almost crying, she begs Jung not to quit, a plea that Jung confirms. Meanwhile, in another part of the company, the employees ask Ji-haeon if he has already had lunch. He replies affirmatively and then mentions yesterday's matter, asking Cho if she was the one who assigned Team 2 instead of Team 1 to entertain the clients. He also mentions that she supposedly sent a new employee to attend to a regular advertiser. An employee intervenes to explain that Cho was very busy, so she had to ask for help to complete the work. Cho confirms that she was overwhelmed and that the deadlines were very tight, so she had no other option. Ji-haeon responds that he understands but asks her to ensure that it does not happen again. Then he demands that she show him the results of her work from yesterday. After reviewing the work, Ji-haeon expresses his disappointment, saying that despite all the effort, the results are insufficient. He adds that it would have been better if she had attended the company dinner and mentions that now he understands why the client rejected her work. He orders her to send him a daily report via email at 6 in the evening from that moment on. Cho is devastated, sighing heavily as Ji-haeon walks away calmly. Furthermore, she is frustrated and asks Yoonbi what she should do, and her friend promises to talk to Ji-haeon later. At that moment, Yoonbi bumps into Jung-oh while heading to the director. Jung, on the other hand, thinks that Ji-haeon is about to get married and that she should stop worrying about him since they work at the same company. When Young and her team leader return to the work area, they notice a tense atmosphere, and Cho has an expression of sadness and anger. Eunbi, on her part, asks Ji-haeon if something bad happened, as she fears that his reprimand might discourage Cho, who promised to work harder. Ji-haeon ignores her words and sits at his desk, but Yoonbi mentions that his mother had talked to her about the wedding preparations. Ji-haeon replies that she can handle it alone since she knows his mother better than he does. But she insists and asks what he wants to do, but Jaehyun tells her that he is not shameless enough to ask her to take care of it. Sweating nervously, Eunbi reflects that things cannot be like this, since she has talked about the engagement with so many people. She asks what he would do if she decided to proceed with the wedding, but she sees something, the somber expression on Jaehyun's face, which makes his answer clear before he even speaks. An answer like, "Why would I marry you?" Coldly, he tells her that it would be simple. She would just have to tell his mother that they broke up, although they were never really together since they never even went on a date. Eunbi feels shocked hearing how easily he can say those words. For his part, he adds that he doesn't understand why Chae has so much trouble fulfilling her duties and orders Eunbi to leave his office. She leaves crying. In the hallway, she runs into Seungkyu, who is about to see the director, but Eunbi tells him that Jaehyun is busy, which Park ignores and enters the office. Inside, Seungkyu thinks that he had a fight with Eunbi, but then notices a yellow umbrella and asks what it is. Thinking that Jaehyun doesn't need it, he asks if he can take it to give to his daughter. But Jaehyun refuses to let him take it and asks him to leave it in its place since it belongs to him. Park Sukyu ironically comments to the director that he was kind to Chae Eunbi. Jaehyun responds that he has no other way to treat her. Park sighs and reflects that it's really hard to ignore her, as Chae in the past caught the runaway driver while Jaehyun was in a coma, took care of his mother, and moreover, is the younger sister of a friend of his. Their families know each other, so he can't help but treat her with consideration. Park points out that, despite everything, Jaehyun should resolve his situation if he wants to find a partner. Jaehyun simply responds that it doesn't matter. Park, with a mocking tone, asks who he plans to accompany with the umbrella and the coat. He reveals that he saw everything the night before, how the director acted as if he were in a cliché movie. Jaehyun tries to defend himself, but Park continues, mentioning that he saw manager Jung-oh wearing a piece of clothing he had given to the director. The director, somewhat embarrassed, says he didn't even know that clothing was a gift from Park, who seems a little annoyed but decides to ignore it. Then, he points out that the director is acting like someone in love. Jaehyun tries to justify himself by saying that he only likes Young's appearance and that he had never acted like that with anyone before, which is why he feels a bit annoyed. Park challenges him, saying that it's impossible that he doesn't like her if he cares so much about whether she gets wet from the rain. He adds that he wants to be with her but thinks she doesn't like him, that he gets upset when she gets hurt but still believes it doesn't bother him. Concluding that in the end, this is pure love. Already next to Young, he doesn't think his curiosity about her is special. He believes it's because he's a man and only feels sexual desire, an instinct. Questioning how he could fall in love with someone he met only 10 days ago. At that moment, Young tells Jaehyun that she will wash his coat before returning it. He replies that it's not necessary, that she can return it as is since it was a gift from a friend. Young, intrigued, wonders why he lent it to her if it was so important to him. At that moment, Ki-hoon appears, calling Assistant Lee with a burst of joy. Running towards them and greeting them. He asks if the director is about to leave, and turning to Young, offers to take her home. She asks if he doesn't have plans since it's Friday. But he explains that the place he's going to is near her home and repeats the offer. Before Young can respond, Jaehyun interrupts, pointing out that the office phone is ringing and no one is answering. Ki-hoon, somewhat confused, says he doesn't hear anything, but the director insists. Finally, Ki-hoon says he'll check, then leaves, saying that Young should leave first since he has to send some emergency materials. Young understands and wishes him good work. Jaehyun, seizing the opportunity, places his coat over Jung's shoulders, asking her to wear it. He tells her that it was a gift from a dear friend, so she must return it on Monday, but then suggests returning it over the weekend instead. Young nods but realizes that Jaehyun is including her in his weekend. At home, Young receives a message from Jaehyun with a video that, according to him, will be useful for preparing a meeting. She wonders why he is sending her that on a Friday night and if he's implying that she should work. Then Yina, with a radiant expression, adds that she is happy because her mother will arrive early that day. Young asks her what she wants to do that day and if she only wants to eat cake with her mother and grandmother. Yena responds that yes, since she knows her mother will be home that day. Young, excited, tries to hug her, but the little girl runs away wanting to play Go. Moved, Young feels proud and thinks that all her work is for Yena. Although she regrets not having enough time to show her love, she feels that her daughter is her strength to overcome any obstacle, even dealing with a boss who sends her work messages on a Friday night. While Yena tries to teach her to play Go, Young gets lost in thought as she needs to find a way out. She believes that stepping back doesn't mean running away, and the best thing is to let her boss get mad because all she needs is Yina and she won't cross any lines. So the weekend passes, and Jihaeon, somewhat annoyed, reflects that Jung ignored his messages all weekend. When she finally replied, she did so coldly. He asks via message why she took so long to answer. Young responds that she didn't want to talk about work during the weekend. Jihyun jokes, saying that she texts like a delivery person, and Young plays along, saying that if he wanted same-day delivery, he should have sent the message before 3 p.m. on a weekday. Although she gets a bit confused in her joke, she manages to make Jihyun laugh. He understands and sends her another work video, and Young responds that she received the message and will take care of it. The director imagines Young's expressions as she reads his messages and feels that the heavy atmosphere has dissipated. Everything seems to flow naturally. He tells himself that Young is so interesting that he wants to keep her close. During the meeting, one of the employees mentions that an advertiser from Daewon Liquor had proposed an idea, which was to make 3 sketches and combine them into one. Everyone present had expressions of surprise and concern, considering that this would mean redoing everything from the beginning. They also wondered why it had to be 3 sketches. Cho, looking at Young, asks if she has anything to say. Confused, Jung wonders what she should say. Thus, Cho blames her for the situation, saying that this wouldn't have happened if she had stayed quiet during dinner. Young defends herself, explaining that she only relayed what the team leader had said. He intervenes, justifying that these things happen. The discussion divides the team members as they debate how to handle the advertiser's demands and delivery times. In the middle of the conversation, Yoonbi interrupts and suggests that Jung-oh take care of the final editing of the sketch, arguing that she had more contact with the advertisers and that her workload wasn't so heavy. She also points out that Jung has many skills. Jung-oh looks at her with a hint of annoyance, thinking to herself if she's going to keep getting revenge like this. She quickly considers that she must finish everything before Yena's birthday. She decides to accept the challenge, preferring to take control rather than being tossed around. Firmly, she announces that she'll take charge of the project and asks to have all the ideas sent to her email. Thus, the meeting concludes, and once outside, Eunbi mentions that she already has her ideas ready and asks Jung to copy and organize them, since she can use them. Young suggests sending them virtually, but Eunbi insists it would be easier for her to transcribe and organize them herself. At the same time, a man approaches Ki-hoon to ask for his help and requests his presence for a moment, informing him that the team has a work plan for next Wednesday. He asks if Ki-hoon is available in the evening, but Ki-hoon, somewhat uncomfortable, asks if it's really necessary to do it today. Young intervenes, suggesting that it could be done next Monday, since Ki-hoon also has a lot of work. The man understands and agrees to schedule the presentation for next Monday. Ki-hoon thanks Young for intervening, and she responds that it's nothing, also commenting that it seems like many employees turn to him frequently. Ki-hoon confirms and asks how she knew. She answers that it happens because he's very good at making plans. Meanwhile, the man meets director Jaehyun and informs him that the meeting has already ended. As Jaehyun passes through the room, he overhears a conversation about it being easier to finish the sketches on Monday, and even better, Forget about everything and let it go, since they will be asking for changes all the time. Concluding if he understood everything, Ki-hoon, who is inside the room, blushes when hearing this and seeing how cute his coworker is. Finally, he decides to approach Jung with something to say. With much embarrassment, he confesses that he likes. However, just at that moment, the director bursts in by forcefully opening the door. Ignoring the scene, he asks Jung if she has something to give him, referring to her coat. Jung, visibly nervous, rushes out, saying she will bring it right away. The director and Ki-hoon follow her out of the room. Once outside, she hands the garment to the director, thanking him. Ji-hyun comments that it wasn't necessary to wash it and asks if she's feeling better from the cold. She responds that yes, and the director shows relief while Ki-hoon stands aside, visibly uncomfortable. Then, Ji-hyun orders Ki-hoon to go to his office as he will review the designs personally. After the conversation, Ki-hoon returns to his workstation. Jung asks if he's okay, and the young man responds that yes, though nervously. He comments that the director is a very meticulous person. He then shows Jung something, a portable battery that the director had given him when he said his phone was out of charge. Ki-hoon, nervously smiling, says the director seems like a nice person, while he starts sweating. On a Wednesday in a plaza, Ki-hoon and Jung talk. He comments that time passes quickly and reminds her that she didn't respond to what he said before. Jung, nervous, wonders if he said it just as co-workers. Completely in shock, she starts trembling. So, they both decide to sit on a bench, and Jung tries to clarify things. She tells him she thought it was a joke, but Ki-hoon, surprised, asks who would joke like that. He adds that she's beautiful, even if she doesn't notice, and that's exactly what makes her more attractive. Jung, somewhat uncomfortable, responds that she already knows she's pretty, very pretty, but Ki-hoon interrupts to say that it's true, which makes Jung change her answer, saying that she's not pretty, and showing her wrinkles. The young man laughs and comments that the more he looks at her, the more fascinating and charming she seems. Anyway, he thinks that's a good thing. She, nervous, thinks about how direct young people are and how difficult it is to handle this situation since she's 2 years older than him. She wonders what to do with this innocent and young man and that she shouldn't hurt him or leave space for hope. Thus, she gets an idea. She decides to be honest to avoid misunderstandings. Finally, Jung tells Ki-hoon with a firm voice that in reality, she has a daughter. The revelation leaves Ki-hoon completely surprised. The young man, with a calm expression, tells Jung that he feels a little hurt and asks if she hates him so much as to reject him in that way. She sincerely responds that of course she doesn't hate him, and to be completely honest, she shows him a picture on her phone of herself with Yena, explaining that Yena is her daughter, that she did not adopt her, and that she actually gave. Jung tells him that she doesn't have a husband but does have a daughter, and that in fact, that Thursday is Yena's birthday. Ki-hoon, surprised, tells her that he had no idea. Jung justifies herself, explaining that due to certain circumstances, she was registered as a single mother at the company. Moreover, she only submitted a copy of her resident registration with her personal information, so no one knew about her daughter. She adds that he is the first person in the company to find out, and that she decided to tell him because she considers him a very. Ki-hoon remains stunned while Jung concludes by saying that she deeply values his kindness but will continue focusing on taking care of her daughter. She wishes him the best in his love life, assuring him that he will find someone special. At home, Yena excitedly wakes up her mother, quickly asking if she knows what day it is today. Jung, smiling, hugs her and responds that it's her birthday. The grandmother enters the room, congratulating her with a gift in hand, but Yena tells her that presents will be opened all together during the party that evening. The grandmother, happy, comments that they must be planning a big celebration. At a table full of food with some decorations on the wall, Yena gets ready, then returns, revealing herself in a princess dress. The grandmother, seeing them, comments that with her hair like that, they both look alike. Yena reminds her mother that she must come home early, and Jung promises to do so. remembering that she is relieved that she has worked intensely in the past few days. They both make a pinky promise, sealing the pact between mother and daughter. Elsewhere, Jinseo is helping Dobin get ready. The boy insists on wearing a tie, but his mother, amused, points out that he hasn't even put on his shirt yet. Dobin responds that it's Yena's birthday and that he wants to look perfect. Jinseo asks him if he thinks Yena will like the ring he prepared as a gift, and Dobin assures her that she will because it's beautiful. His mother, laughing, says that the gift reflects the personality of the giver and asks if he is only giving the ring. Her son responds that no, he also prepared a letter, showing it to his mother. She reads it and sees that in the letter he wrote that Yena's eyes are like jewels and that in the future he asks to marry her. Curious, his mother asks if, besides the ring and the letter, he has another gift. Dobin excitedly lists that he has 3 magic tricks, a 3-line poem, a dance, and a paper flower. Upon hearing about the poem, she asks what it is. After hearing it, his mother can't help but laugh. She advises him not to overdo it by doing everything at once and to save some gifts for future birthdays. Dobin, however, insists that he will prepare things for the next 14 years because he plans to marry Yena at 20. His mother, laughing, asks if after marriage he will stop giving her gifts, and the boy responds that yes, since he will be busy taking care of their baby. Jinseo reflects on how difficult it is to raise a child, and although she knows that Dobin's first love probably won't be easy, for now, she wishes for it to be a beautiful experience and that his mother will. At the company, Young arrives cheerful and energetic, commenting that the weather is perfect. She exchanges a glance with the director, greets him, giving him a sweet smile. He greets her back, and she reflects that it is her daughter's birthday and wishes that he is happy about it too. After all, thanks to him, an angel was born. When she arrives at her work area, Ki-hoon greets her and hands her a gift for Yena's birthday. At first, Young asks what it is. But he soon reveals that it is for her daughter. The woman, moved, comments that her daughter will be very happy to know that such a handsome man gave her that gift. Ki-hoon, laughing, says that he probably looks more like an uncle. Then he promises that he will do his best to help her finish her work on time. Young thanks him with a big smile while the director watches them from afar attentively. An employee tells Jong that the job was very well done for something completed in such a short time and that they believe they are ready, only needing to adjust one part. She agrees and suddenly receives a message on her phone from the Hwayang police. Cho Sine enters the room, claiming to have a call for the manager, and Jung-oh says she will take the opportunity to check her phone quickly. She sees the message and recognizes that it is from the officer who helped her find Yena the other day. The message showed security camera images of the woman who had picked up Yena the day the girl disappeared, but her face was covered. Jung-oh wonders who the woman was, as she didn't seem to be anyone familiar, but she could have been sent by Ji-hoon's mother. She replies to the message saying she does not know the woman, but would like to be informed of any new evidence. Jung-oh's thoughts are interrupted when Ki-hoon asks if everything is okay. The manager asks if he recognizes the hat the woman in the image is wearing, and he says that, although the image is blurry, it looks like the hat of a foreign soccer team, showing her the team's flag on his phone. Jung-oh smiles and calls him a genius, and he says he can't guarantee it's the same, as the design might just be a reference. Even so, the woman ends up thanking him anyway. In the distance, the same employee who was talking to Jung-oh says he is going to finish the beverage proposal for Daewon Company and will show the printed draft that Cho had sent him. Jung-oh acknowledges and leaves. But before going in to retrieve the proposal, she walks past the red-haired woman, who, by the way, had a suspicious smile. Jung-oh searches for her laptop and goes to the same employee to continue the project. But when she opens the computer, she is startled as her laptop starts experiencing several instabilities. Her colleague asks what's wrong, and Jung-oh seems confused, exclaiming that her computer suddenly started malfunctioning. Cho then asks if it could be a virus and whether Young made a backup of the file. She responds that yes, it is in the shared folder, asking them to wait a minute so she can open it. But when she accesses the folder, she is completely shocked to find it empty. She panics, and just then Ki-hoon offers his help. He says there are no files created today. Young remembers placing the files in the folder, creating a password to protect them, and writing it down. Cho, on the other hand, gets angry and asks if Young is making up the backup file. That comment catches the attention of the people nearby. Just at that moment, the director arrives and asks what is going on. Ki-hoon responds that there was a virus on Assistant Jung-oh's laptop and adds that it seems she did not back up the data she had collected so far. Young, a little upset, says she will go to the IT room to solve the problem immediately. And before Ki-hoon can respond that he will accompany her, the director suggests going with her. The IT technician says it really looks like a virus and that it will be necessary to format the computer. Young asks if the files can be recovered, as they are important. The technician says yes, but it will take more time and will only be done by next Wednesday. The director gets angry and says he needs the data urgently, asking if the man could work faster and ordering him to complete the service that same day. The technician becomes nervous, but says he will try. Ji-hoon and Jung walk side by side, and Jung-oh reflects that the file probably will not be restored quickly, so it would be better to recreate it. She tells the director that she will recreate it and then prepare a report. The director agrees and asks if she can finish it before 6 in the evening. Jung-oh says yes and reflects that if she hurries, she will finish the job on time, but will have to leave at 7 in the evening. She then begins to work hard to finish the job, and with a deep sigh of exhaustion, she finally completes it. Chae-eunbi asks the manager if that was the final version she sent by email. She comments that the copy is completely different from what she wrote, mentioning that it does not capture the original feeling. Young asks if Eunbi could correct the parts that are different from what she remembers and send them again by email. But Eunbi responds that she had already given the notes a long time ago. However, Young says she does not have time to search for them at the moment, but that if Eunbi corrects them now, she will be able to find the notes later and compare them with the current copy. Eunbi responds that she does not have time either and says that this is indirect negligence, asking Young to take responsibility and complete the report, assuring her that she will support her. After a few hours, Jung-oh's colleague asks if she is ready, and she responds that she is. The two decide to enter, but suddenly Jung's phone rings. It was Yina asking if she had left work yet and when she would be coming back. Her mother responds that she had not left yet, and the daughter asks why. The mother says that something came up suddenly, but that she would finish soon and call when she left work. The girl responds that she must return quickly because they made a promise. Her mother responds that she knows and that she will be back soon, mentally asking Yina to wait a little longer. She then hangs up the phone and comes face to face with the director, and both decide to enter the meeting. Ji-hoon says he has an announcement to make and begins by saying that the planning part is simple and clear, but the problem lies in production. He mentions that it is difficult to come up with a better idea now, as the longer the meeting lasts, the harder it will be to gather opinions. At that moment, the director calls Assistant Lee and asks her to redo the project and send it to him, adding that the rest can do as they please. Young is surprised to hear this and then asks, somewhat confused, what he means by that. The director, with a dissatisfied expression, tells her to erase everything and redo it. Young is shocked by the situation and immediately remembers the promise she made to Yena to return early. Then, the director ends the meeting, thanking everyone for their hard work. But Young-oh goes after the director and asks which parts need correction. He says that the copy, the text used in advertisements, seems strange and insincere. She asks which specific part, and the director responds that everything must be redone. Young-oh asks to finish the report at home and send it that same day, as she has important personal tasks, asking if he would be kind enough to allow it. The director asks what kind of important tasks, and she replies that they are just household chores. But the director turns around with a dark expression and asks if Young can do her job well, considering her countless tasks, also mentioning that he knows very well she does not even check her phone when she gets home. Young arrives and asks if they don't think they should hurry and get things done now. She asks the director for permission to leave for 2 hours, assuring that she will return within that time. Ji-hoon asks why she requested a 2-hour delay, questioning why she refuses to do her tasks, and asserts that she must take full responsibility for what she proposes. He explains that she is responsible for this work and suggests that if it's difficult to speak, she should call the support team so they can help. The director concludes by saying she can work with the support team. Young goes out to look for someone and wonders if there is anyone who can help her. Then she finds manager Chae Eun-bi and asks if she could help her finish the proposal. She explains that she has something important to do today and asks her to please help. Young mentally begs Chae Eun-bi to do it, promising to fulfill all her whims from now on, asking her to do it just this once. Chae, surprised, replies that she's speechless. She asks why she's being asked to fix Assistant Lee's mistake and comments that it's asking too much. Young reflects that it was stupid and that there was no way Chi would accept such a request. She then talks to Ki-hoon. He comments that the problem would be resolved faster if the team leader returned, and Young thanks him. Ki-hoon expresses sympathy for Assistant Lee, and she asks if he heard that someone from the team had left the conference. He replies that unfortunately, the team leader is on a business trip. Ki-hoon apologizes to Assistant Lee, saying he regrets not being able to help and that he wishes he were an editor. Young replies that it's fine and thanks him for his concern. She writes to her mother to take care of Yena because it will take her some time to leave. Assistant Lee Jung-oh is called to take her new laptop to the conference room, where she and the director will decide to address the issue together. Eun-bi is annoyed and wonders if the manager and the director will be alone together. Ji-hoon says that clearing the schedule a day before the deadline is a basic rule. He mentions that when writing the script, it must be carefully reviewed and instructed to ensure everything is correct. It's an important proposal, and if it's not completed, she won't be able to go home. Ji-hoon keeps suggesting she hurry to try to finish by 9 o'clock. When they're done, he offers to take her home. Young-oh thinks that she knows she must take responsibility for the things she does, but she wonders why she feels so sad. At some point, she reflects on her actions and feelings. Young-oh thinks that he used to be so happy with everything she said, but now he's become someone who doesn't yield even to her desperate plea. Jung-oh admits that she has to stop being so foolish, reflecting that this man is no longer the same Jung Ji-hoon from 7 years ago, but a completely different person. The director asks Young if she's really crying now. She replies that she's not crying. He comments that the professional is crying because she has to work overtime, and she insists that she's not crying. Jung-oh reflects that she was so emotional even though it caused a serious problem. She thinks she's crying now because she can't leave work. Ji-hoon reflects that the only excuse he can think of is housework. She wanted to leave for 2 or 3 hours, so he wonders how he could let her go. Chae Eun-bi observes the situation and wonders how a person's gaze can change like that, reflecting on whether Jung Ji-hoon was really capable of making such an expression. Chae thinks that he never looked at her that way and wonders why the hell he has to look at Young like that. Ji-hoon tells Jung that it's enough and that the work is done, asking to go down since he's going to take her. But already downstairs, he wonders why she's not there and calls her. She replies that she's outside. He wonders if she wasn't in a hurry to leave and says he's in front of the elevator and will take her home, but she replies that she took the stairs. He complains that he said he would take her, but Young-oh responds that she doesn't want to, that she couldn't stand being with the director outside of work for that long, and says goodbye until the next day. Young arrives home at 9:30 at night and runs to hug her daughter. Yena, with tears on her face, asks why her mother came home so late, mentioning that she had been waiting all this time. The mother apologizes repeatedly and suggests they start the party quickly. Young's mother interrupts, saying they had already started the party. Yena says that Donyun and Dobin had already gone home with their mom, eaten, and celebrated a lot, but complains that she wanted to do that with her own mother. Her mother agrees and says they will now have the party with her. She goes out to buy a cake and returns home. The two women sing happy birthday to Yena and wish her a happy birthday. Everyone seems very happy. At the end of the party, Jung asks Yena if she had fun. She replies yes, that she received many gifts and saw Dobin do tricks and dances. The daughter reflects that she wishes she could have a birthday every day. Yena says she's sleepy and her mother calls her to bed. They lie down and Jung kisses and hugs her daughter. Jung's mother asks if she can't sleep because she's admiring the girl so much. Jung replies yes, because Yena is her beloved daughter. The grandmother wonders how much Jung must have worked to get home early and reflects on how beautiful Jung is, how precious she is to her, more than anything in life, and how much she loves her. She tells Jung-oh to stop working if it's too hard, and asks if she thinks she's incapable of taking care of her. Jung replies that she also has Yena. Jung-oh reflects that she wants her daughter's world to be warm and safe, to never face hardships and to never get hurt. Ji-hoon comes home tired, sits down, and flips through what appears to be the project, thinking that he wants to keep her by his side. But after reading something, his expression changes. He gets up, takes off his clothes, and goes to take a shower. Ji-hoon leaves the project open on a page that asked if they would cry for having forgotten someone. The IT technician tells Jung-oh that the laptop had been repaired, but someone had planted a virus in it. Jung is confused and asks the man if he's suggesting that someone in the company deliberately planted the virus, to which he replies that it's probably true. She reflects that she already suspected something, but didn't think it was that. Jung runs into the director and wonders why he's so irritated. She jokes mentally that she's been cursing him all week, but it seems it hasn't worked. She thinks that someday he'll get what he deserves. Jung is working when Ki-hoon arrives, looking a bit nervous. She asks if he's okay, and he replies, trembling, that he should resign. She asks him why and what the problem is. He just sighs. Ki-hoon invites his teammates to take a look at the director's drawing to promote a home security camera, and everyone wonders what the hell it is, leaving them all confused. Jung questions what the hell that drawing is, and the young man replies that it's not just that, it's actually a shitty drawing of a dog. Jung-oh reflects on why Yena used to draw so many imaginary animals, but it seems that it's in the genes of both father and daughter. The team leader comments that the drawing wasn't the director's best work, despite him being very smart. And Ki-hoon laments having to use that drawing as a reference to draw a dog. Jung tells him not to worry and that she'll take care of the situation, adding that if the director wants that drawing, then he'll have it. The young man asks what she's going to do, so they begin working on it, suggesting that if it's a bird dog the director wants, then that's what he'll get. The three teammates work together on the drawing, sharing their opinions, and after a while, they decide to show it to the director. Assistant Go also decides to join them, revealing that she wants to see the director's angry expression. Jung enters the director's office to show him the promotional drawing, and he, unbothered, replies that the task was assigned to Ki-hoon. She defends herself by saying they came to show the part Ki-hoon was concerned about, as he asked them for help. The director wonders why everyone is entering his office. The employees say that the director's knowledge was helpful, so they used it. And since they didn't know if the drawing was a dog or a bird, they decided to call it a bird dog. They explain that it seems like a great way to print the product, since with this new character, they might have a new sales point for the webtoon. The director looks at her with a slight smile and asks if that's all. Jung-oh replies yes, and asks what he thinks about it. The man stands up and replies that the webtoon turned out fine, but as he walks up to her and stands in front of Jung, he asks if she's mocking him. Confused, she asks what he's referring to, and the director says she must have encouraged Ki-hoon to use the drawing he gave them. She admits she did, but that she had no choice, as she genuinely didn't know if the drawing was a bird or a dog, and asks the director what it was. He looks at her for a few seconds and replies that it was a dog. Jung understands now, but Assistant Go can't help but laugh quietly. The director questions her, wanting to know what she's laughing at. She apologizes. But the director interrupts her, saying that he should be the one to apologize for the bad drawing, but that he's glad they made good use of it. He then concludes by saying that Song Ki-hoon must review the character and send it to the writer, and that Jung-oh will stay in the office for a while. The boy tries to save her, but the assistant manager interrupts and asks him to take Go with him to help. The two say goodbye and leave the office. The director asks her to sit, and joins her by sitting across from her. Ji-hoon tosses a box of candy on the table, and Young asks what it is. He replies that she had said to call her when he was about to throw away food. Young asks if that's the only reason he asked her to stay, and begins to wonder if this is the director's way of apologizing, and whether he actually feels sorry. Young stands up and tells him she doesn't care if he's throwing away food, but the director replies that she should do it herself, since she did what he asked. Young insists she won't follow the order and turns around. Ji-hoon asks if she really hated doing overtime before, and she replies that obviously she did, but he responds that everyone works overtime. They both begin to argue, and Young tells him that she begged to leave that day, promising to return in 2 hours. The director asks what household tasks she had to do, saying he needs to know to understand her anger. Young replies mentally that it was her daughter's birthday, but she doesn't say it out loud. She tells him that if she explains the reason, he would judge her, and adds that the director should apologize directly instead of offering her candy. He asks why he should apologize, and she replies coldly, giving her reasons, saying that on the day he pretended to be her father in front of the convenience store, and when he forced her to work overtime while standing next to her. The director replies that it was her fault for being fooled, and that he fulfilled his role as her boss. He questions that if the overtime was completed, why should he apologize? She replies that it was because she was deceived, and her requests were completely ignored. Because of Ji-hoon, she felt emotions she shouldn't have felt. She asks how he could behave like her late father and force her to work overtime, and asks what he did that day other than watch her work. She concludes by saying that if he's going to apologize, she'll accept it. But the director asks what would happen if he can't. She replies that if he can't, then he doesn't have to, because he won't hurt her now, but warns that one day, he might regret it. Young reflects that she has no choice but to give up on Ji-hoon, as she started working at the company because of him. So if she gives up, she won't have to stay working there. She confronts him, asking if he thinks everything he has is amazing, but to her, it doesn't make a difference, because she would never trade everything she has for everything he has. She reflects that everything she has is Yena and her family, and if Ji-hoon is that cold, he will never be able to meet her daughter, because all she wants for her daughter is a warm, welcoming world. Young tells him to stop talking about it, because she's going to leave that crappy company, and the moment she opens that door and walks out, it'll be over. She asks if he understands that. Young-oh is about to open the office door, and that's when Ji-hoon stops her by grabbing her arm. Young breaks free from the grip and they exchange a deep gaze. Then the director turns around and apologizes. She asks why he's apologizing, and he looks at her, and after a few seconds of silence, says he's sorry for bothering her. She insists on knowing if there's something more behind the apology and wonders why he apologizes so easily. He also regrets making her work overtime. Curious, she asks what he's going to do now, and he replies he'll do whatever she wants. Young questions that and states that he already knows what she wants, and she begins to say whatever she wants. Back at the office, she finds her coworkers waiting for her as they were worried about her. Assistant Go asks if he gave her cookies to apologize for the overtime, and Young replies that he was going to throw them away, making Go question whether he gave her something meant for the trash, leaving Jung without an answer. Go also added that the director is a despicable person, which makes Young reflect on how much he needs to work on his reputation. At home, Young showed the cookies to her daughter Yena, saying they were a gift. Excited, Yena asked if she could eat one right away. Young said yes, while thinking that it was from her dad, then told her she could only have one per day, but the girl insisted, asking to eat 2 a day, and Jung agreed. That cheered the girl up, and when she ate it, she exclaimed that it was delicious. Young thought it was a gift from her father. While eating, Yena asked whose cookies they were. Jung explained that they were given to her by the company director, making the girl ask if she was the only one who got them, which her mom confirmed. Her daughter asked if her mom liked the director, but she said no, clarifying that she only received them because she had worked overtime, not because he liked her in any special way. Even so, Yina joked that she wished her mom liked the director, since that would mean more cookies in the future. However, Young replied that she could also buy cookies, and they tasted better when she bought them especially for her daughter. The conversation took a turn when Yena asked who she looked like. Young replied that she obviously looked like her mother, while erasing the image of her detestable father from her mind. But Yena pointed out that her mother could draw well and didn't have a birthmark on her forehead. Patiently, Young explained that those differences existed because Yena was still a child, assuring her that she would draw better when she grew up, and that the birthmark would disappear as she got older. However, the little one didn't miss the chance to mock her mom's ability to play Go, which made Jung respond loudly that she could do it if she studied hard. The girl ran to complain to her grandmother that her mom yelled at her. The grandmother replied that it was because Jung was frustrated that she wasn't as good at the game as her daughter. Upon hearing that, she started laughing because her mom couldn't play as well as she could. At the office, Ki-hoon informed Assistant Lee that her computer had been infected by a virus and suggested that someone might have done it deliberately. He mentioned that other members of the planning team were facing similar problems. Although he initially thought it was an accident, he revealed that some files had been intentionally deleted from the public folder, pointing to the presence of a culprit. This discovery caused a stir among the co-workers who felt relieved to confirm they weren't responsible. Faced with this situation, Ki-hoon proposed a creative solution, while Cho began to show signs of nervousness. He mentioned he had heard about a fingerprint-reading mouse capable of identifying users of the print room computer, where the incidents originated. He explained that the device stored information in encrypted form, which would allow the responsible party to be discovered without compromising security. The proposal was well received, and Lee decided to check the computer immediately before more data was lost. Ki-hoon offered to help, mentioning he knew someone in administration who could assist. Both agreed to implement the plan. Meanwhile, Cho, clearly uneasy and with something to hide, began devising a way to erase any evidence that might incriminate her. Determined, she held a special USB designed to release a virus capable of wiping out all the computer's data. She believed that if she acted in time, no one would discover she was behind the sabotage. She sat in front of the computer and inserted the USB, when suddenly she noticed a shadow approaching. Turning around, desperate and scared, she saw Ki-hoon and Jung-oh Lee. Jung confronted her immediately with a stern expression, asking what she was doing. Young stated that the same virus that had infected her computer was now on another machine. Her question, full of frustration, echoed loudly. Why would someone destroy a perfectly working computer? Cho tried to justify herself, but her response was rushed and defensive. She claimed it was a mistake. Young was direct. He wanted to know what was on that USB. Attributing the device to Cho, she started trembling and nervously denied it. She said the USB wasn't hers, but the accusations continued. Wasn't she the one who had deleted files from the shared folder and was now trying to erase the records of that day? Amid denials, Cho warned, was there any concrete proof? The answer was yes. A camera installed in the area was mentioned, capable of verifying the facts. Surprise spread across her face. She was sure there were no cameras there. When had they been installed? She wondered in confusion. Despite her denials, the arguments kept piling up. Even if the camera issue was uncertain, one fact was irrefutable. The virus had been inserted into another computer. Amid screams of outrage and accusations of madness, a technical measure was proposed. If the file on the USB matched the one that caused the damage, the encryption code would reveal Cho's authorship. The commotion drew the attention of the employees, who began gathering to understand what was happening. The noise grew, while Assistant Cho Sine burst into tears, unable to defend herself when the director arrived. She was asked why the USB was infected, and once again, responsibility fell on her. It was decided to proceed with the analysis. For now, the director asked Cho to finish her work for the day and go home. Her dejected and resigned expression indicated that the situation was far from over. Amid the chaos, Yoonbi approached to apologize to Cho for all the trouble. However, she didn't miss the chance to hint that, due to the incident, Ji-hoon had to work overtime with Jung-oh, a misplaced provocation that was ignored due to the seriousness of the situation. Finally, the instructions were clear. Despite the confusion, Che's work had to continue. There was still a lot to do. The next day, the IT team completed the analysis and confirmed that the malicious code found on Assistant Lee Jung-o's computer was identical to that found on Assistant Cho Sun-ae's USB. With this irrefutable evidence, the company acted swiftly and decisively. Cho was confronted by the director, who questioned her bluntly, asking if she was an industrial spy or if her actions were due to personal resentment toward Assistant Lee. Whatever the reason, her credibility was compromised. Until the situation was fully clarified, she would be relieved of her duties and transferred to the reading room at the management headquarters. The decision was firm and non-negotiable. The transfer was carried out with unexpected speed practically overnight. Meanwhile, several employees gathered to discuss the recent events. There was appreciation expressed toward those who helped solve the problem, and in the now more relaxed atmosphere, Ki-hoon made an odd request to Jung-oh. He asked if he could call her Nonna. Though the comment brought some smiles, the tone returned to seriousness when they resumed the topic of the collective effort to find the person behind the cyber attack. But Ji-hoon wasn't satisfied. He felt he wasn't properly acknowledged, despite leading the efforts to identify the culprit and heading the disciplinary action against Cho. His frustration was evident in every word. He didn't understand why his contributions were being questioned when he had done everything from the start. Sung-kyu asked him what was wrong, surprised by his serious expression. Even the director seemed confused, and Sung-kyu commented that he looked more bitter than usual. Park stepped in to confirm if he was the one who had sent Cho to the management headquarters, and the director confirmed it. As he entered the office, he mentioned that Jung had probably been through a tough time. Park wanted to know if something had happened to her, and the director, with tension in his voice, said that Jung resembled his late father. Park reflected gloomily. If that were true, then there was no hope for his friend. In the middle of the conversation, Chae Eunbi burst into the room, visibly furious. She asked if it was true that Jung had said that to the director, and before receiving an answer, slammed the door shut. Park tensed up and immediately decided to leave. Chae stormed in and dragged Assistant Lee Jung-oh to a corner, demanding explanations in a harsh tone. She took her to Ji-hoon's office and, with rude words, forced her to admit that she had never met her father and didn't even know who he was. The confrontation turned personal and painful. Chae brought up an episode from Jung's teenage years when her mother had begged a teacher in high school, ashamed of not being able to identify her daughter's father. The exposure of that past was almost cruel, revealing the hardships of growing up as the daughter of a single mother. Chae threatened to lie, to force her to confess that everything she had said was a lie. The director intervened, asking her to stop being dramatic. Finally, Jung spoke up and admitted that she had lied, but not in the way Chae claimed. She clarified that the director didn't resemble her father, but an ex-boyfriend. Jung-oh apologizes and confesses that he lied because he thought it would be worse to say that she reminds him of his ex-boyfriend. He believed it could be misunderstood. He ends by assuring her it won't happen again and leaves the room. Eunbi remarks that she had already warned him and that he almost got himself into big trouble. She adds that the girl once stole from her and that she's that kind of person. She asks for the girl to be fired from the company. But the director simply asks her to leave and not interfere in his matters again. Meanwhile, Yena reflects on how good she is at playing Go. She thinks that neither her mother nor grandmother are good at it and wonders why she is. She believes maybe her father was good at playing Go. She remembers her friend Dovin, who always talks about his dad, and wonders if having a father is really that great. Still, she says she likes being with her mom. Then, Yena asks Dobin if having a dad is nice. The boy, confused, doesn't know what to say. He then says that his mom says his dad earns money so they can live and eat. The girl asks what else is good about it. He replies that it's nice when they bathe together since he's still a child and has to go to the men's bathroom with his dad. Yena thinks that in her case, she doesn't need a dad since she's a girl. But Dovin says there's more. She questions him and he says it's nice when his dad carries him in his arms to the hospital. The girl is surprised, and the boy explains that his mom only holds his hand when they go together. Then he says that when he becomes a dad, he'll also carry his child in his arms if they go to the hospital. Upon hearing this, Yena says she would like to have a dad. Dovin asks if he should ask his dad to be hers too. but the girl replies that it probably wouldn't work. He insists that he'll do it anyway, but she says she doesn't think it will work. Back home, Dovin tells his mom that he and Yena are going to share his dad, leaving the woman completely confused. The boy explains that both she and dad always say they love him so much that they'd give him anything. Since he also loves Yena, he wants to give her everything he has. And since she doesn't have a dad, he has decided to lend her his. The mother, surprised, tells him that if he does that, then he won't be able to marry Yena. The boy, puzzled, asks why. She explains that if they share the same dad, they'd be like siblings, and siblings can't marry each other. Dovin is shocked and starts thinking about what he should do since he promised that to Yena. Meanwhile, Yena arrives home. Her grandmother greets both of them and comments that they came early today. Then she asks if they've already eaten. Yena's mother replies that they haven't yet and that she's a bit hungry. Then, the girl asks her mother what she has in her hand. When she sees what it is, she's amazed, and her mother tells her it's ice cream. She asks if she has already had dinner. The girl says she has, and that now she's going to eat ice cream. With dinner served, the woman begins to eat with a frown, visibly upset. Her mother asks if something bad happened, and her daughter, surprised, asks how she noticed. The woman replies with a smile that moms know everything. Then, Jung-oh confesses that when she was in high school, there was a girl she truly hated, and unfortunately, she ran into her again at work. Her mother asks why they didn't get along. Jung-oh explains that they never clicked, that the girl always had a terrible personality, and that's why she never liked her. She adds that they had another confrontation that day, which left her very angry. She confesses that she'll never forget it and that she'll make her pay, revealing an intense aura of vengeance. Her mother, worried, asks what kind of grudge she holds to still be dwelling on it after all this time. The woman asks if her mother knows what people with a personality like hers are called, and answers that they're like sweet potatoes. She assures that even if she forgave and forgot, no one would call her a saint. Her mother laughs and says that sweet potatoes are delicious, and that in her time, they couldn't even eat them. Her daughter realizes her mother is showing off her age again. But in the end, the lady insists that she never loses in a conversation, and wonders from whom she inherited that trait. At that moment, Yena appears and says she inherited it from her grandmother. She explains that her mother inherited that attitude from her grandmother, and she got it from her mother. That makes the old woman burst into joyful laughter. Later that night, in another place, Jung-oh is drinking alone. She sadly remembers when her mother had to beg her teacher because of her, even though she didn't have to. She admits that the memory broke her heart, and hearing it again in front of him was too painful. She reflects a bit more while continuing to drink until she runs into someone. She thinks she recognizes him as the police officer in charge of Yena's case and greets him, asking if he's on patrol. The man replies that he's actually heading home and that his shift starts later. Jung-oh comments that he must live nearby, and the officer shows her the address. She's somewhat surprised, and the man tells her that if she ever needs help, she can count on him and the police. She thanks him with a slight smile, which quickly turns into tears. The man notices her crying and offers her a tissue. She apologizes and says that seeing a police officer made her feel safe. She then clarifies that nothing serious is happening, that she just had a bad day at work, and now it's very hard for her to face her mother. Then she asks if he's ever had days like that. The man says no, but that he can understand. Jung-oh finishes by saying that she's carrying something like an unresolved case, and has been for a long time. Jung-oh reflects that she has her mother and Yena, and that place where they are together as a family feels like heaven, so she should feel happy. Even so, she can't help but wonder why she keeps complaining, why she feels so pathetic being alone. She acknowledges that life is suffering, but she also thinks that if one only piles pain upon pain, everything will eventually collapse. However, giving up is not an option, because she's not the only one fighting in this world full of incredible people. She deeply admires those who wipe away their tears, just so they can witness the moment when flowers rain down from the sky. That's why she tells herself that she must get through this stage too, so she can see her star shine. Later that night, Eunbi visits her mother-in-law. She greets her warmly, calling her mother, and asks how she's been. The lady welcomes her with a warm smile. With charm and elegance, Eunbi flatters her by saying that every time she sees her, she looks younger. The mother, delighted, smiles and says there's no way she could get younger, that the beautiful one is Eunbi, who shines more and more each day like a blooming flower. Then she asks how it feels to see Jihaeon every day. Eunbi replies that just seeing him makes her happy, although in reality both are very busy, so they rarely get to see each other. She also recalls that although Jihaeon and she are special to one another, he still keeps a certain distance. She believes he does it out of fear that their closeness might affect his work performance. The lady says that Jihaeon is just like her, that he never smiles. She then asks Eunbi why she thinks he left a good job at the central office to join an advertising company, if not because of her. Eunbi, a bit surprised, asks if she really thinks that. The lady nods firmly and then proposes going on a date with her instead of Jihaeon, promising delicious food and pretty clothes. The young woman, amused, asks if she's serious and suggests they go out this Sunday. The lady happily agrees, though she mentions she already had plans, but will free the day just for her. Eunbi smiles and says that it feels like she's her real mother. The lady replies that she is and asks them to hurry up and get married, saying she wouldn't mind having a granddaughter who looks like her. Eunbi asks if she wouldn't prefer a grandson who looks like Jihaeon, but the lady says she speaks so well and that she'd like the baby to resemble both of them. The girl nods, confidently stating that someday she'll have a child with him. On the other hand, Jung-oh thanks the officer for listening to the complaints of her heart. She says she feels more relieved now. The policeman, in turn, is glad he could help and says goodbye, asking her to take care. However, just as they both head home, they discover they're going in the same direction. It turns out they live in buildings facing each other. The next day, Jihaeon asks about Jung-oh's whereabouts. His coworker tells him that she went to the studio to record a radio ad. The boss tells him to let her know to return to the office, but the young office worker informs him that the Daewon liquor tasting event will take place that day, and all team members will soon head to the venue. Jihaeon nods, understanding the situation. However, he becomes lost in thought, recalling when she told him he resembled her ex-boyfriend. He admits to himself that ever since he heard those words, he hasn't been able to stop thinking about it. He wonders how much they look alike, and if it's enough for her to confuse them when she's drunk. He also remembers that she cried that day, and wonders if she still has feelings for that man. He doesn't know how to bring up the subject, or even if he should, but what surprises him the most is that he never imagined he'd end up facing a dilemma like this because of Lee Jung-oh. Already in the car, Jihaeon receives a call from his mother. When he answers, she asks if he's busy and if he's feeling unwell. The young man replies that he's fine. Then, his mother tells him that Eunbi visited her. They just had a cup of tea, and then she left. She then asks if something has been going on lately. Jihaeon replies that he'll tell her soon, but his mother says she feels uneasy when he talks like that and asks him not to worry her too much. She ends the call by saying she loves him very much. He replies the same, hangs up, and puts the phone aside. As he does, he thinks that although the memories from the past 3 years were fading, older ones were beginning to return. He wonders if it was in 2nd grade, when there was a friend he wanted to get close to. The boy was outgoing, smart, and talented. He liked attending Joe classes with him. But one day, his mother called that boy's mother and asked her to stop letting her son play Go with him. Also, Jihaeon's mother forbade him from continuing the classes because the boy he hung out with didn't have a father. She claimed that if he kept associating with him, he'd inevitably become a bad influence. She told him she was doing it because she loved him, that everything she did was for his own good. Jihaeon remembers those words, those cursed words, "I love you." Those words made him despise the concept of love. He thought that if nothing was worthy of his affection, then there would be nothing valuable enough to lose. Back in the present, the director asks to stop the car, saying he has a headache and will continue on foot. After getting out and starting to walk, he remembers the words of his friend Seong-yu, who once told him that his life must be easy, since he had nothing valuable and everyone was insignificant to him. Jihaeon reflects that maybe he was right. Even after losing several years of memories, he doesn't feel much about it. He wonders if it's because he never really had anything truly valuable. He keeps walking, deep in thought, until he reaches a spot where the sunlight hits his eyes directly. Shielding his eyes, he looks around, wondering exactly where he is. And when was the last time he was there? He also questions what it is, exactly, that he has lost. Elsewhere, Young-oh looks at the address of the tasting event and realizes it's in the neighborhood where she lived during college. She confesses to herself that returning after so long makes her nostalgic, though not all memories of that place are good ones. She remembers it was during a particularly harsh winter. Her body kept changing, adapting, but her phone remained completely silent. That winter was so cold and painful that at times she wished she could sleep forever. However, upon seeing a flower bud sprouting in the middle of winter, she burst into tears. That little flower had also bloomed by mistake, tricked by a fleeting moment of warmth. She confesses that at that time, she completely believed in love. A love so deep and sincere that it didn't even require the words, "I love you." But 7 years have passed, and that seems incredible to her. Now that past means nothing to either her or Ji-haeon. It's okay. She feels at peace. She takes one last look at the place where she once lived and begins walking toward the event. However, she suddenly runs into someone familiar. She stops, surprised. It's the director. She wonders why he's there, how he ended up in that exact place. She thinks they've met again as if they were two people visiting the grave of someone deceased. She who lost him, he who forgot her. They exchange glances until she asks why he's there. Ji-haeon replies that he was heading to the new product trial event, but since the car was stifling, he decided to get out nearby and walk. He quickly gets his turn to ask and questions what she's doing in the area. Jung-oh replies that she studied at a nearby university and was strolling down memory lane. He asks if she's had dinner, to which she replies no. Then he invites her to eat together, since he hasn't eaten either. However, she turns down the idea and suggests they should head to the trial event, guiding him to follow her. But before he can follow her, he starts getting lots of work calls. Noticing this, she asks if she should go ahead, but he says no. At that moment, the team leader calls Jung-oh, asking if she's already at the event and informing her they'll be a bit late. She admits dealing with advertisers was tough and suggests Jung-oh go home for dinner and meet them at the event later. Ji-haeon asks what the team leader said. Jung-oh replies that something came up, so the rest of the team will be late. Given the situation, the director suggests they take the opportunity to grab something to eat. So she takes him to her favorite pork cutlet restaurant. But upon entering, she's surprised. He asks if she's okay, and she says yes, though internally she admits she feels no nostalgia. Jung-oh brought him to the old pork cutlet place they used to visit, hoping it would spark some memory. But she didn't expect the interior to have changed completely. Even the menu is different. Even the food, when she tastes it, she realizes it's not like it used to be. She says everything in the restaurant has changed except its name, just like Jung Ji-haeon. But at least, it's still delicious. The cutlets. While eating, he calls her and says she shouldn't worry about what Chae Yoonbi said yesterday, since he doesn't care either. Hearing that, Jung-oh asks if he means he doesn't care about her claims. He replies that he understands there were circumstances and hopes the situation didn't hurt her feelings. She thinks he's apologizing for what Chae Yoonbi said. She assures him it's fine, that her father's story didn't hurt her, as he hasn't been in her life since birth. Then he asks about her ex-boyfriend, if they get along. She looks confused and asks what he means. Ji-haeon clarifies if her ex is doing well and still breathing. She hesitates, wanting to know why he's asking, and he says he's just curious since she said he resembled him. But mentally, she thinks it's not that he resembles him, but that he is him. Still, she can't say it and states he's doing fine and probably eating something tasty right now. However, the director comments he hoped he wasn't alive, and that it's a pity. The assistant chuckles lightly and says she hopes he's living well, but at the same time, she wishes that at night he feels hungry and finds nothing to eat. She also hopes he thinks he won the lottery, only to discover he read the numbers wrong. Additionally, she hopes that after working diligently on some data for 3 hours, he forgets to save the file and loses all his progress. The director, hearing all that, smiles and moves his hand toward Jung-oh's face. But after exchanging glances, he realizes what he's doing and quickly pulls his hand back. After that brief moment, Jung-oh says she's talked a lot about herself and asks him to talk about himself now. She brings up what she heard about his car accident and asks if he was badly injured. He replies that it happened 7 years ago and he's fully recovered. However, the assistant adds that she heard he lost his memory. That makes Ji-haeon pause for a moment and say she seems to know a lot about him. She explains she read a news article about it, but Jihaeon is sure the article didn't mention his name. Then he asks if she looked up more information out of pure curiosity. She denies it and reveals that it was the team leader who told her, but realizing what she just said, she asks him to pretend he didn't hear her mention the leader, leaving him a bit puzzled. Finally, he reveals he remembers nothing from when he was 24 to 26, meaning he lost about 3 years of memories. He also mentions he was told his personality changed a bit. He adds that he probably lost most of his military service memories, which he considers not very important. But Jung-oh disagrees. She tells him he doesn't know, that he's not even aware of what he forgot, and questions how he can be sure whether those memories were useless or not. She also asks if he's ever tried to recover his memory. She raises the possibility that he might have lent or borrowed a large amount of money during that time. He replies that if he really had lent someone money, that person would have come looking for him, and if he had borrowed money, then there'd be nothing he could do now. That attitude irritates the assistant, as she realizes he has no desire to recover his memories. After eating, they start walking toward the event. Along the way, Jung-oh reflects that neither Jihaeon nor those around him seem to try to help him recover his memories. Or maybe they're doing it on purpose so he doesn't remember. Even so, she feels the need to know more about his mother, convinced that there must be something in her that explains everything. That's why she'll stay strong and keep going. She's determined to give it her all no matter what happens. As they step outside, flowers begin to fall, reminding her of the moment her daughter learned about the seasons. The little one pointed at fallen leaves and said a single leaf meant autumn had arrived. She sadly thinks she couldn't share that beautiful moment. She remembers a particular day when she cried seeing flowers bloom out of season. It reminded her of a season that once felt eternal, but can vanish with a single fallen leaf, seen by an innocent child. She wonders if someday she'll be able to share all that with Jihaeon. She hopes. Jang Ji-hoon regains his memories on his own. She can't go to him, but if he comes to her, she'll be ready to move forward. Silently, she asks him not to give up, to try his best and stay strong. She thanks him for the meal and says she'll now guide him to the trial event venue. She also tells him she hopes he remembers, because she believes those memories are not useless. One of them might even be his most precious memory, hidden in a far-off corner where no one else can find it. Like a time capsule, something very precious. And she hopes, from the bottom of her heart, that he doesn't get hurt in the process. Just then, she receives a message. As she turns to inform the director, they end up bumping into each other. She reflects that even after 7 years, there are things she can recognize at a glance. And this time, that glance is clearly melodramatic. But suddenly, she becomes alert. After bumping into him accidentally, she demands to know what he's doing. She tells him to apologize right away, adding that it's to say it wasn't intentional. She advises him not to behave so recklessly with anyone, anywhere, and angry, throws a direct question at him, reminding him that he's getting married soon. She walks away upset, while the director remains confused, wondering, who's getting married? Soon after, his friend answers a call Jihaeon had made. He says he was just thinking about him, but Jihaeon wants to ask something specific. He wants to know if there are rumors at the company that he's getting married. His friend, confused, asks him to clarify what he means. Jihaeon insists, asking if he's heard anything about it. His friend finally admits he's heard rumors that he's dating manager Chae Yoonbi. However, he knows nothing about marriage and also recalls that Jihaeon hasn't been at Mac's planning for long. Jihaeon nods, understands the situation, and thanks him for the information. Later that night, someone complains that everything is a hassle and wonders why such things happen to her. It's the red-haired girl who claims everything would be different if it weren't for certain people. At that moment, the director appears and calls her over to talk. He asks how the work environment is, and she replies that it's fine. However, he clarifies that he called her to ask something specific, if she's heard any rumors that he's getting married. She defensively replies that she didn't start any rumors. Then, the director asks if it was manager Chae Eunbi who mentioned it. The redhead replies that it's no longer just a rumor, it's something everyone knows. She says he and manager Chae Yoonbi are getting married this year. Upon hearing that, Jihaeon assumes Eunbi must have made that statement. That's why he asks the redhead to tell him everything that's being said about him. She says everyone knew even before he joined the company. Ji-hyun, elsewhere, reflects in surprise that he was about to get married without even knowing it, and decides he needs to fix that misunderstanding immediately. But before he can act, he is called over by some colleagues. It's the general director of Max Planning, Seo Jongsu. Jongsu says he knew Ji-hyun was there and thought he had already left. He adds that, according to him, Ji-hyun said he would personally prepare the monthly report. But Ji-hyun, confused, wonders when he ever said that. Jongsu tells him to hurry up, that he'll help with it, and if he does it well, he'll look good in front of the president. However, Ji-hyun declines, clarifying that he actually intended to go to a wine tasting, something that ultimately didn't happen. The next day, Ji-hyun is exhausted but finally finishes the report. He reflects that he couldn't attend the wine tasting and spent the whole night working. He decides to go home and rest a bit, then return later to review the monthly report, promising to fix anything wrong. However, being so tired, he forgets to save the file. When he realizes the mistake, he wonders what he just did, recalling Jung-ho's words. He thinks this might be the curse against Lee Jung-ho's ex-boyfriend, but doesn't understand why it's affecting him. Meanwhile, at her workplace, the assistant receives a message from Secretary Yoon, informing her that the director is calling her and asking her to go to his office. When Jung-ho arrives, she looks inside and then tells the secretary he's not there. The secretary replies that the director asked her to wait inside, as he's on his way from the main office. The assistant enters and sees cookies on the table. She thinks he doesn't even eat them and wonders why he leaves them there. She suspects it's as if he leaves them just for her to eat. She also mentions that he didn't show up at the wine tasting the night before. Although she expected it because, after all, he's going to marry Chae Eunbi. That thought reminds her of something from the day before, in the bathroom at the wine tasting event. There, she overheard Eunbi telling Ji-hyun's mother that she was at an event and hadn't seen her message. Eunbi explained that he had something to do and couldn't attend the event, asking if she had spoken to him. She also mentioned that maybe he would talk to her about marriage, since he had hinted at it once. Jung-ho thinks Eunbi was definitely talking to Ji-hyun's mother. She believes Eunbi doesn't know anything about what happened between the two of them, and that there's no need to tell the future daughter-in-law about the ex-girlfriend. She sincerely hopes they have a perfect and uncomplicated wedding. Back in the present, the director asks manager Yoonbi to come with him for a moment. Hearing that, she finds it strange, as usually she's the one who seeks him out. She wonders if it's due to pressure from his mother, and whether they're finally going to talk about the wedding. When they enter the office, Yoonbi asks what's going on, but the man turns around and asks why he's hearing rumors that they're getting married. He asks her to tell the truth, questioning if he ever asked her to marry him. Eunbi doesn't know what to say, but he presses her to just tell the truth. Finally, she says she thought they'd get married someday. However, he asks why he would do something like that. He adds that she's mistaken, and that he has no interest in being involved with her that way. Eunbi replies that he doesn't have a girlfriend anyway, and wonders if that isn't the most convenient option for him. She also reminds him that 7 years ago, if she hadn't reported the hit and run, he would be dead. She says he should be grateful she saved his life, that he's the one who should be thankful, but she's the one who's done everything, calling his mother, sending gifts every week. He asks why she bothered doing all that, and whether he ever asked her to. Eunbi replies that everyone said they'd be together, and that he should have made the same effort as she did. But Ji-hyun clarifies that the whole idea of being together was just to calm a strange rumor from 4 years ago. It was just about agreeing on what to say in public. After that, she should have let everything go, not continued feeding the lie. He tells her to put an end to the situation and gives her 1 week to sort it out. For now, he says he'll overlook her exaggerations and lies. Eunbi, shaking with anger, accuses him of being unfair. She asks how he can treat her like that after everything she's done for him. Ji-hyun thanks her for what she did 7 years ago and says he'll prepare an appropriate compensation. Opening the door, he tells her she can leave now and adds that he's expecting a guest. Before leaving, Eunbi stares at him and warns that he'll regret this. Then she leaves, slamming the door behind her. Ji-hyun remains silent, and he's not the only one. Jung-ho is also silent, hiding behind the couch. She reflects with amazement on what she just heard. She's shocked to learn Ji-hyun won't marry Eunbi, and even more so to discover that Eunbi has been spreading false rumors. She wonders what's really going on, but tells herself she'll think about it later. Right now, the most urgent thing is to get out before he sees her. However, Ji-hyun spots her. He asks if she heard everything and tells her to get up and come out already. When Jung-oh is discovered, she claims she didn't hear anything, but then apologizes and clarifies that it wasn't her intention to listen in on the conversation. She also mentions that there were many misunderstandings yesterday and asks if they can just forget everything. He replies that he knows, and that's exactly why he called her, so she would know the truth. The assistant, somewhat puzzled, questions whether he really called her just to say that and asks why he did it. He answers by asking if it would have been better to let her keep believing the wrong idea and clarifies that he has no plans to get married yet. She understands what he means and deduces that he didn't call her for work reasons, but to clear up the misunderstanding from yesterday. Then she adds that if that's all, she will leave now since the misunderstanding has been resolved. She quickly leaves the room, leaving the director speechless. As Jung-oh returns to her desk, she wonders what is going on and whether all that talk about marriage was nothing but a lie orchestrated by Chae Eun-bi. When she arrives, her coworker asks if something happened and she replies, "No, it's nothing." However, he asks if that's the case, then why is she covering her mouth and whether she ate something in secret. She denies it and just thinks she's very surprised. She reflects that everything points to them pretending to date because of the rumors about what happened 4 years ago. Eun-bi believed all this time that she would marry Ji-hyun just because he had no one else. But Jung-oh can't stop wondering if he only called her to clarify the truth. She confesses to herself that her heart is pounding because of everything that's happening. She feels the day when Yena meets that person is approaching fast, and that's why she feels this way. Meanwhile, Eun-bi is at a clothing store. She thinks it's been 10 minutes since the agreed time and wonders why her mother-in-law hasn't arrived yet. She believes Jae-hyun has already told his mother the truth, but then the woman arrives. She apologizes for the delay and explains that the traffic was terrible. The girl replies that it's okay. They walk together, and the woman asks how work is going, whether it's too much, saying that she must be tired. Eun-bi replies that work is fine, but she's had issues with some people. She reveals that she has clashes with a coworker. The woman is surprised, and Eun-bi clarifies that the girl was actually her classmate in high school and was recently transferred as an assistant, but it seems she doesn't like her. The woman, astonished, asks how anyone could dislike her precious Eun-bi. But the young woman hints that maybe it's due to the difference in rank. She's a manager and the other girl is just an assistant. She also mentions that in high school, that girl had family problems and she tried to help her, though she believes that memory didn't end on good terms. Her mother-in-law suggests that it's probably just envy because of the hierarchical difference. However, Eun-bi continues speaking with disdain, revealing that the assistant comes from a family with divorced parents, and she claims it shows when someone comes from a home like that, because when they face problems, there's no proper adult to teach them right from wrong. The woman agrees, recalling that when Ji-hyun was little, she always taught him to be cautious of people from families with separated parents. That's why she always felt she could have good conversations with Eun-bi. That comment makes Eun-bi even happier. However, deep down, she thinks that Ji-hyun's mother really likes her, and she wonders how she could end her relationship with the director, especially now that Lee Jung-oh is lurking, waiting to take her place. That's something she'll never allow. Meanwhile, at Jung-oh's house, Yena tells her mom that Dobin is going camping with his family. Her mom, upon hearing this, asks if she also wants to go camping, but the girl says no and explains that she just mentioned it because she knows her mom is busy. Even on Saturday, she has to work. Still, her mom says that even though she's busy, they can go someday, just not in the summer because it's too hot. She suggests going in the fall with her grandmother. The girl gets excited about the idea and asks if she can tell Dobin. Her mom says yes. Then the little girl decides to call him. Just as the boy answers, he apologizes. Yena, confused, asks why. Dobin replies that he can't share his dad because his mom told him that's not allowed. But the girl tells him it's okay. He, surprised, asks if she's not upset. Yena replies no because she already knew it wasn't allowed, and then tells him that she will also go camping in the fall. She also reminds him that she's going to his house on Monday and says goodbye. Jung-oh, curious, asks what that "it's okay" was about. Yena explains that Dobin had said he would share his dad with her, but that he can't. That surprises the woman, but her daughter defends herself, saying she never asked him to do that. At that moment, Jung-oh hears a notification and thinks the radio announcement is over. However, upon checking closely, she realizes there are only 4 proposals, and one is missing. That makes her think she'll have to resend the files from the office computer. Then she gets an idea and wonders if Ki-hoon went to work. She decides to call the office. When someone answers, Jung-oh asks if they could do her a favor, turn on her computer and urgently send a file to the studio. But just before she says the password, someone asks if she is assistant Lee Jung-oh. Recognizing the voice, she's surprised and asks why Jong Ji-hyun answered. She asks why the director is answering the office phone. He explains that no one else was there, so he picked up. He asks if something happened. She replies yes, that one of the necessary files for the Huam studio wasn't sent, so she needs to resend it as soon as possible. The director says he'll call her from his cell phone. Once connected by phone, Jung-oh starts giving him instructions. He says he's already at her desk and asks for the password. But she refuses to give it, saying she'll go personally and will be there in an hour. He reminds her that she said it was urgent and that he knows how to send emails. He asks her to just tell him what she needs and that he'll do it without issue. The truth is, Jung-oh doesn't want to reveal her password, as she considers it personal information that can't be shared. He questions how a work computer password could be so personal and reminds her that she was about to tell it to Song Ki-hoon. She stays silent for a few seconds, but Ji-hyun promises he'll forget the password as soon as she tells him. Finally, she agrees and dictates it. He sends the email right away, and Jung-oh thanks him. After the call, he reflects that once again, she is running away. He admits he doesn't want to brag, but he can't help feeling a bit disappointed. However, something doesn't add up. He has a sense of unease. He repeats the words she said earlier, and when he puts them together, he discovers that the password was Director Jong. He laughs when he realizes it and thinks humorously, "We'll meet again soon, Lee Jung-oh." The next day, Lee Jung-oh finishes her work for the day. She says goodbye to her colleague, wishing her a good weekend. However, on her way out, she sees the director, which makes her quickly run back to her workstation. There, she reflects that she thought she wouldn't run into him, since he wasn't at the meeting. Even so, she wonders if he had been in the office all that time. Then he approaches and calls her. For a few seconds, Jung-oh doesn't react, then she stands up with a smile and greets him. He asks if she has nothing to say to him, and she, curious, questions what that would be. The director mentions that the password was peculiar, and also notes that she tried to share it with Song Ki-hoon, but not with him. She replies that she didn't want to share it because she was already grateful. He asks why she would be so grateful to him, and Jung-oh answers that it's for many things, especially the help he gave her. He says that if that's the case, the least she could do is invite him to a meal. The assistant agrees and tells him to enjoy his food, adding that when he finishes, she'll go pay. But he clarifies that he didn't mean that. He asks her to stop joking because what he really wants is for them to have dinner together. Upon hearing that, Jung-oh tells him that she had already planned to have dinner with her mother, which is why she was leaving early. The director then tells her he'll take her home, but she thinks he would accompany her to where her mother and Yena are. She mentally wonders what would happen if he met Yena. She reflects that she must do something and can't refuse his offer to drive her. She believes the best option is to get off a bit before reaching her home. Already in the car, the director asks if she lives alone with her mother. Jung-oh confirms but thinks she can't mention Yena. The man also asks if it's not uncomfortable to live together, but she replies no, because her mother is her best friend. Then she asks if he and his mother get along, to which Ji-hyun responds that they haven't lived together in a long time. The assistant asks if the idea of living with his mother is uncomfortable for him, and he answers that he likes being alone. Even so, Jung-oh brings up the topic of his relationship with his mother again. She also asks if, by any chance, he likes her mother. Ji-hyun responds that he respects her in many ways. That makes Jung-oh think that maybe he doesn't get along well with his mother. Then he asks where he should go, and she asks him to stop at a small shop. She asks him to wait a moment and promises to come back soon. She starts looking for something until she finds some fruit. She returns to the director and tells him she will walk from there to her house, since it's nearby. She thanks him for accompanying her and, as a sign of gratitude, gives him some tangerines, asking him to eat them when he gets hungry. As she gives them to him, she remembers that there was a time when, even if they didn't see each other every day, being apart from him made her sad. That's why she used to put snacks in his pocket often. She mentally wishes that he remembers it. Jung-oh tells him that she's good at giving advice and that if he ever has a difficult problem or just wants to talk to someone, she can listen. She can be his friend. But deep down, Jung-oh is slowly building her confidence, and one day he will be the friend she can tell the truth to. She also adds that maybe it bothers him that she's younger or that she's his subordinate, but she assures him that having a friendship with someone young can make one feel rejuvenated. Ji-hyun asks if their age difference is a reason for him to feel so old. Jung-oh says no, since they're only 3 years apart. Upon hearing that, he says that she knows his age. The assistant replies that the team leader told her. He adds that the more he thinks about it, the more it seems like she's very interested in him. But Jung-oh says that everyone on the team is interested in him. Even so, she grants him the honor of being her friend, extending her hand. When he sees the gesture, he smiles. Then he takes her hand and confirms that they'll be good friends. She thinks there's no trace of suspicion and states that they really can be friends. Then she asks him to keep it a secret, since Eunbi could misinterpret things and it would bother her a lot. But before she can say anything else, Ji-hyun kisses her hand, leaving Jung-oh surprised. She asks him if he's crazy, and pulling her hand away says that's not something friends do, asking if he doesn't know that. He replies that he didn't know. She, annoyed, says she'll go alone and says goodbye. He watches her and thinks that it doesn't matter what they call it, friends or whatever, as long as he can keep watching her closely. So, he gets into his car and receives a call from Park Seung-yu. When he answers, his friend bombards him with questions, wanting to know where he is. The director says he's heading home from the office. His friend asks if he wants to have dinner with him. Ji-hyun asks if he wasn't going to spend time with his family that weekend, but his friend says no, that he has something to tell him, and also asks if he can come to his house on Monday. That makes the director remember that he had promised that little girl to come play with her again. He wants to know if it's next Monday, which his friend confirms, adding that his Dobin insisted that he must come. Meanwhile, Yena is with her mother, who is happy to see that her princess is back from the park. Her daughter says she came back early, and her mother comments that someone brought her. That same person confirms that he'll go to his friend's house on Monday. He's happy and says he'll be eternally grateful. Another day, someone announces that the meeting will start at 7 and asks Assistant Lee to go get the director. She knocks on the door, enters, and mentions the meeting. He quickly asks what happened. Jung-oh, seeing him getting ready, asks if he's going home now, since he had said today they'd decide the direction of the competitive presentation. He remembers and replies that something came up suddenly, so they'll do it tomorrow morning. Also, the planning team hasn't finished the research materials either, so they'll review everything together the next day. Curious, Jung-oh asks what the matter is, and Ji-hyun replies that it's something personal. That annoys her. She thinks that when it was about her, he made her work overtime even though it was Yena's birthday. Even so, she says it would be best to finish the work before everyone leaves, so his presence is essential. He asks if this is because of what happened last time, and says that he already apologized for that. But she knows that deep down he didn't mean it, leaving him speechless. He admits he's not good at empathizing, and that it's also a consequence of the accident 7 years ago. Still, he acknowledges it's his fault, since he's never tried to understand anyone. He sincerely apologizes to her for what happened that day. He slowly approaches her, repeating that he's sorry, getting closer each time, which makes Jung-oh blush. Then, in a soft voice, he asks her to relax and says they'll see each other tomorrow. That, however, leaves her a little upset. Back in the meeting room, they ask about the director. Jung-oh informs them that he said he has a personal matter to attend to, and that the meeting will be held tomorrow morning. The team leader responds that it's great, since the planning team showed the research results and found something that was missing, so they'll organize everything for the next day. But then Ki-hoon asks if Jung-oh is sick. She denies it. The young man comments that her face is red, and the assistant replies it's because it's a bit hot. Meanwhile, on the way to his friend's house, Ji-hyun asks if he can just show his face to the kids and leave. Seung-yu asks him if he's in a hurry, but Ji-hyun replies that he doesn't know how to behave around kids, and that makes him a bit nervous. His friend tells him there are no rules for seeing kids, and Ji-hyun says he's not like him, who knows how to have fun with them. Seung-yu asks what he's talking about, and explains that he just watches them closely, smiles at them, and moves around a little. That makes Ji-hyun even more nervous. His friend clarifies that he doesn't have to sing or dance, it's just that being around kids makes him move a lot. Besides, it'll be a good experience, since one day he'll be a dad too. Ji-hyun replies that he's not sure that will ever happen. When they arrive, Seung-yu's children greet their dad, and Yena greets him too. Then Seung-yu asks them to greet Uncle Ji-hyun, which the three little ones do enthusiastically. Seung-yu's wife also greets him, saying it's a pleasure to see him again. The director replies it's nothing, and thanks her for having him. But she insists on thanking him, since she knows he's busy and still came to visit. She asks if he's had dinner and tells him to wait a bit. Meanwhile, Yena takes her uncle's hand and tells him she was waiting for him. He thinks she probably wants another round of Go. The girl begins to set up the board from where they left off. Ji-hyun, seeing that, asks if she remembers everything from that day, and the little girl nods. They start playing, and he reflects that she's improved over the past 3 weeks. He even thinks he might lose. Dobin, curious, asks if Yena is going to win or lose. She replies that she doesn't know yet. Then, the boy looks at his uncle, worried about what will happen if he loses. Then something unexpected happens. They hear the sound of someone collapsing. Dobin's mother has fainted. Ji-hyun, seeing her, asks what's wrong, but Seung-yu is already helping his wife, while the children look on, concerned. The director says he'll call an ambulance, but his friend replies that it's not necessary, that it'll be faster if he takes her straight to the hospital. He apologizes and asks Ji-hyun to look after the kids for a while. He tells him not to worry and to go right away. The children also want to go, but unfortunately they can't, and they stay behind crying, worried about their mother. Dobin asks if his mom is going to die. Ji-hyun replies that she's not, that everything will be okay. The boy asks how he knows, and he replies that he knows everything. He tells him to calm down and says he shouldn't cry in front of his girlfriend. After a while, the boy relaxes, which leaves Ji-hyun exhausted. Then he feels someone's gaze. It's Yena, who seems to want a hug too. Seeing her, he apologizes, saying he can't hug her. However, the girl's eyes start to fill with tears, which makes Ji-hyun wonder if he can really hurt a little girl like that. With no other choice, he tells her he'll hug her, but asks her to make a promise, not to tell her mom he's a bad person, and if she agrees, the little girl nods. When she receives her uncle's hug, Yena is amazed at how tall he feels. She compares it to when her mother hugs her and leans against him. Ji-hyun asks if she's sick or has a fever. Yena replies no, that she's fine. But when he strokes her head, he notices something. A mark, the same one he once had. She seems to notice it too and asks if he also had a salmon mark. He replies that he doesn't have it anymore, but that he did have it once. Still at night, Yena's grandmother arrives at the apartment to pick up her granddaughter. Ji-hyun opens the door and greets her politely. She asks if he is Dobin's father. He replies no, that both Dobin's mother and father went to the hospital. The lady understands the situation. Just then, her granddaughter sees her. Yena runs to her and introduces her grandmother to Uncle Ji-hyun. The man introduces himself as Jong Ji-hyun, a friend of Dobin's father. He explains that he just came to visit and ended up watching the kids. The lady thanks him and asks if Dobin's mother is okay. He replies that she is, that he just received a message saying she is feeling better. Outside, Yena says her uncle is very tall and that he could lift her very high. Her grandmother asks if she had fun playing with him. The little girl answers yes and also says she won the game of Go, although she admits she doesn't know if she really won or if her uncle let her win. Then, Yena sees someone and greets him, thinking it's her uncle. Her grandmother asks if he's there again. However, it was someone else. The girl explains that it's the police officer she mentioned earlier. The man introduces himself as Kwon Bail, an officer from the Hwayang police station. He asks if the lady is Yena's grandmother, mentioning that her daughter, Jung-oh, had told him about her. The lady, recognizing the officer, asks what brings him there. He replies that he is coming from work, as he lives right across from the dry cleaners. The grandmother smiles and says it's lucky to have a police officer nearby, as they feel safer. She hopes they get along well. He assures her not to worry and says goodbye to both. The lady thinks he's very handsome and wonders if Yena's father looked that young. Just then, her granddaughter calls her. Meanwhile, Eunbi felt annoyed that Lee Jung-oh was near her man and wanted to separate them. She admits she doesn't want to go to work, but can no longer justify more absences with leave days. Even so, she has nothing to hide, and thinks that if she investigates among Jung-oh's colleagues, she will surely find something. But she doesn't know anyone there. Then she gets an idea. She calls someone and introduces herself as Chae Yoonbi, editorial manager of Max Planning. She asks the recruiter if he remembers her. She confesses she's interested in TH communication and asks if he could introduce her to someone from that company. She asks for it to be as soon as possible. She reflects that she's going to expose all of Lee Jung-oh's dirty secrets. Meanwhile, Jung-oh is happy the work is done. Just then, someone congratulates her. When she looks to the side, she's surprised. It's the director. She quickly asks what he's doing there, since she thought he had an appointment. He replies that it's over and he came back for someone. Jung-oh doesn't understand, but he keeps looking at her. He says he saw someone beautiful and that person reminded him of someone equally beautiful. Then, an employee sees the director and asks if he stayed late at the company. He says he had to handle something and came back. The man informs him that he wants to show him an issue he'd like reviewed. The director says goodbye to Jung-oh and tells her they'll see each other tomorrow. She, for her part, remains silent, then says it's time to go. The next day, her mother asks if all that happened yesterday. She says yes, and that it was lucky Dobin's father's friend was visiting. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. She adds that Yena was delighted with Dobin's father's friend and kept talking about him, calling him uncle. She also says he's a very handsome man, clarifying that her granddaughter takes after her. Jung-oh, upon hearing that, tells her she's being very shallow. Her mother asks if she doesn't care about men's appearance. Her daughter replies calmly that she doesn't, that physical looks don't matter to her at all. Her mother says that's a lie, since Yena is very beautiful. But Jung-oh replies that she is like that because she inherited her beauty. Just then, Yena asks her mother why she arrived so late. She approaches her daughter, who had just woken up. Back at work, Yoonbi walks down the hallway. Upon entering the office, she greets everyone, who greet her back. A coworker asks if she's feeling better since she took a sick day yesterday. She admits she was worried about the presentation and that there's a lot of work. She adds that almost everything is ready and hands over the plan for review. Yoonbi, upon seeing it, asks if she can give her opinion. She says the plan seems very cliché and questions what the planning team is thinking. She says it's an old slogan with no new perspective or creativity. She says it doesn't show learning, that it won't work, and that the mother-daughter story is too cliché. She thinks, since the target audience is between 20 and 30, it would be better to focus on long-distance couples instead of a mother-daughter story. She confesses that if she had been in better shape, she would have proposed something much better. She regrets not doing it. Jung-oh, for her part, thinks Eunbi wanted to attack her, but she knows she's wrong. That slogan was the idea of manager Go Yoonju, who, by the way, was angry. Jung-oh says that the idea of long-distance couples was considered, but for a 15-second ad, it was too complex. Also, a mother-daughter love story has more impact in just a few seconds. Eunbi replies that she doesn't know if it's right, as she can't even imagine that ad. Therefore, she thinks it doesn't convey anything. Go Yoonju, hearing that, asks if maybe it's due to a lack of imagination. Eunbi asks manager Go Yoonju if she's going to replace manager Jo Shin-ae and if she received all the information about this week's trends. Eunju, instead of answering, asks Chae if she's going to attend today's meeting. She says yes and wants to know why she's asking. Her coworker replies that she just wanted to make sure she wasn't uncomfortable. She says she heard she broke up with director Jong Ji-hyun and that she received that information when the project was being transferred from manager Jo Shin-ae. She adds it must be hard, after waiting so long for a wedding that won't happen. Jung-oh, for her part, stays silent and only thinks that this is what she gets for messing with manager Go Yoonju. But then she wonders, how does she know what happened between Eunbi and Ji-haeon? She knows Eunbi is not the type to talk about those things. Then she wonders if all this was Ji-haeon's doing. Eunbi asks if manager Jo Shin-ae said she and the director were over. Standing up from her chair, she questions if now everyone is going to believe someone who was kicked out of the team for causing trouble. Then she leaves indignantly. Go Yoonju, still upset, wonders aloud if Eunbi dares to provoke her. She adds that it seems her head is only there to keep her shoulders busy. Meanwhile, someone calls out to Jo Shin-ae. Seeing that it's Eunbi, Jo asks what brings her here. But before anything else, she reflects that Eunbi must be here to complain, thinking she was the one who exposed the fake engagement. However, she's calm because she has no ties with the director. Eunbi's attitude, however, is quite different from what she expected. She asks how she's been, says she misses her a lot, that she's her best friend and feels like she's missing an arm. Then she asks if she's heard anything about Jihaeon. She adds that, in any case, it's not true. Right now, everything is just a complicated mess. She also asks her to remember what they talked about in the bathroom, that the real culprit is someone else, and that both her and Joe's intuition were right. Jo Shin-ae, incredulous, asks if she's saying that assistant Lee Jung-oh stole director Jong from her. Eunbi replies that she's speechless too and doesn't know what to do. She confesses that someday she'll tell her everything. Until then, they must endure. Although she's very upset and confused, she says she'll get through it. Taking her friend's hand, she mentions that even the fact that she's here is Lee Jung-oh's fault. She insists they must surpass her in everything, and that together they'll take back what's theirs. Meanwhile, Jung-oh meets the director and asks if he'll be attending the meeting too. He confirms it and starts following her. The assistant takes the chance to ask if he told manager Jo Shin-ae that the rumor was started by Chae Eunbi. The man doesn't respond, but neither does he deny it, turning his gaze elsewhere. Jung-oh thinks that he gave Eunbi a week to fix things, but wasn't even willing to wait. She finds it incredible. 7 years ago, she didn't know his true character. Still, she asks if he's really okay with letting it go, and comments that he also did something very wrong. Curious, he asks what it was. The assistant asks if it wasn't a mistake to fake a relationship from the start. The director, intrigued, asks if she's jealous, but she replies no, and says she's only mentioning it as a friend. Then, she enters the meeting room. After that, the leader concludes the production team's presentation. The director comments that one advantage of having an in-house agency is being able to get support from affiliated companies. He explains that it would be good to include ideas that make use of those benefits, and asks for a few to be selected to request collaboration. The team leader agrees, and he asks who will give the final presentation. She replies that she planned to do it herself, but since the target audience is people in their 20s and 30s, she's considering someone else. Someone suggests that manager Chae Eunbi would be suitable since she has a good presence. However, the director says that assistant Lee Jung-oh worked hard on the presentation and knows she's quick at improvising. Jung-oh recalls all the times she had to improvise and wonders if this is some kind of joke. The director insists that she will be the one to present it. The woman, with few alternatives, simply agrees. Eunbi, meanwhile, is left speechless. After the meeting, during lunch, someone asks assistant Lee if she's met with Solid Telecom's representatives. She says no. A coworker comments that the executives from that company are a bit tough. Before continuing, the leader notices Jung-oh has eaten quite a lot and asks if she's nervous. She laughs and says she was just focused on listening to what was being said. Meanwhile, Eunbi watches Jung-oh closely. When everyone finishes eating and leaves, Eunbi catches up with her and asks if she knows why Jihaeon is interested in her. She confesses it's because of her situation. That's the real reason. Jung-oh wonders to herself why Eunbi couldn't wait until she finished digesting, but out of courtesy, decides to listen. Eunbi says the director was born rich and has a natural instinct for compassion. She adds that since he saw Jung-oh comes from a single-parent family and has nothing, it's only natural he feels pity. She asks if she's been trying to seem more miserable, since that would be her only advantage. Internally, Jung-oh regrets giving her the chance to speak. She thinks she shouldn't be listening to her. She begins to walk away, and Eunbi says it doesn't matter how little she studied. There are limits to what she can aspire to. She asks how she dares to covet her friend's man. Jung-oh stops on the stairs, turns around, and asks about that comment on stealing her friend's man. Eunbi replies that actually they can't even be called friends. Still, it's not right to take what doesn't belong to her. Jung-oh remains calm and thanks her for the advice. She comments that now that she mentions it, it's true. It is because of her situation. She then asks what she'll do now, since it must be very frustrating not even getting that kind of attention. She says that, in the end, she will never be Lee Jung-oh. She also questions the idea that the man belongs to someone, when in truth, he never belonged to anyone. That leaves Eunbi furious, while Jung-oh reflects that there was never anything between them. She tells her that what Eunbi has is a sick obsession with someone who never gave her the slightest bit of hope. And she reveals that Eunbi will never have Jong Ji-hyun, because he is her man. Eunbi, very angry, walks away without saying a word. Jung-oh, meanwhile, says she doesn't regret anything. That woman is cunning. Then she hears someone say that now they understand everything. She becomes curious upon hearing that voice, goes down the stairs, and looks for who said it. She finds the director, who looks at her with a grin from ear to ear. Lee Jung-oh, upon seeing Ji-hyun, keeps wondering what exactly she said. She clearly remembers saying that he is her man and admits to herself that she lost control at that moment. On the other hand, the director comments that it was quite eloquent. The poor assistant is red with embarrassment. She wonders what she should do now. Then she shouts to wait a moment while pointing toward the horizon. That catches the director's attention, who turns to look where she pointed. That distraction gives her the perfect opportunity to escape quickly. As she runs, she reflects that lying like that was incredibly absurd. She wonders if she's doing the same thing Eunbi did. She remembers that not even he told her he loved her 7 years ago, and now saying that he is her man was too much. Currently, they are barely friends. She tells herself she's been very foolish. Upon returning to the building, Assistant Lee quickly heads toward the team leader. She asks if there's any field work she can do. The leader replies that she's going to a meeting with Seoul Telecom and asks if she wants to join. Jung-oh replies that she will go with her and will leave immediately. She runs to the elevator but then changes her mind and takes the stairs. Just then, Ji-hyun enters the building looking for someone. This catches the leader's attention, who asks the director if something is wrong. He replies no and tells her to continue with her work. The director heads to his office, wondering how she could say something like that and then run away. At that moment, someone calls him. When he looks, he sees it's Eun-yup, Chae Eunbi's brother. Ji-hyun asks what brings him there. Eun-yup replies that it's nothing special. He had something to do in the next building and decided to drop by and say hi. Ji-hyun invites him in. Once inside, Eun-yup notices the director is smiling and asks if something's going on. He replies no and asks why he says that. His guest comments that he sees him smiling and that his expression is much brighter than usual. Ji-hyun says that something funny happened. Eun-yup asks if it was anything in particular. The director replies that it's something personal, leaving his guest speechless. Then Ji-hyun asks if Eunbi already told him what happened. Eun-yup looks confused and asks what he means. Ji-hyun then reveals that they both decided to stop pretending they're in a relationship. Eunbi's brother seems surprised. Ji-hyun asks if he didn't know, commenting that Eunbi had been saying around that he was going to marry her. Eun-yup asks why he doesn't just marry her, since in the end, there's no woman close to him. He adds that he's not saying that because she's his sister, but because he knows she's a good person. The director replies that Eunbi also deserves to find her true match, and leaves the topic there. Meanwhile, in production team 2, Jung-oh reports that she's back. Her co-worker says the manager mentioned the director was looking for her and asked that she go to his office as soon as she returned. The woman, already exhausted, thinks the situation is not okay. She apologizes to everyone and says she can't go on, that she's going to resign. Her co-worker, seeing what she's holding, asks if that's a resignation letter. She confirms that yes, she feels safer having it with her. Manager Go, upon hearing that, asks what she did this time. Then Jung-oh asks Go Yoonju if she knows that she really appreciates her. Her co-worker confirms it. After seeing her pleading face, she says she'll go with her. Assistant Lee thanks her and says she's an angel. Her co-worker also asks if he should go. Jung-oh confirms yes, that it would be great. Thus, Assistant Lee enters with full confidence and tells the director she's there. She asks why he called her. Upon seeing her, he replies that he didn't expect others to come as well. One of the companions comments that they were told they also had something to report, so they decided to come together. The director asks them to report. They hand him a document. He comments that it's the package design for Daewon Liquor's new product and asks them to proceed with it. Then he asks if that's all. Manager Go confirms it to Jung-oh's surprise. The room falls silent until Assistant Lee asks if he wanted to tell her something in particular. He replies that he heard she went to Seoul Telecom for fieldwork and asks if it aligns with the current production direction. She replies yes, that the president of Seoul Telecom prefers the storytelling approach. She believes that if they prepare as planned, everything will go well. He nods but then starts tapping on the desk. Jung-oh knows that gesture means he's upset. Then he says goodbye and says they'll meet again some other time. Before everyone leaves, the director steps forward and closes the door, leaving Assistant Lee inside. Her co-worker informs Manager Go that Jung-oh stayed inside. She comments that she probably wants to talk to the director, but the young man suggests they should protect her. However, the superior says they've already done what they could and now it's time to leave. Inside the office, Jung-ho is surprised. Both remain silent for a few seconds until she brings up what she said earlier. He asks if she means the moment when she said he was her man and wants to know where she got the courage to say something like that. Jung-ho looks at him, tries to speak but can't find the words. She soon apologizes, saying she'll go to manager Eunbi and explain that it was just a slip of the tongue. But then he approaches her. Does he kiss her? It's unclear. What is clear is that he tells her that since she said he was hers, then she should take responsibility. And he asks his friend if that isn't how it should be. Ji-hyun kisses Jung-ho passionately, but she becomes distressed and starts thinking it shouldn't have happened that way. They were supposed to be just friends, and she questions why it happened. She reflects that she has forgotten something important. A lot of time has passed, and she was the first to give up, to miss the obvious. Maybe he was approaching Young again with the same feelings he once had, like the man who was endlessly in love with her 7 years ago. She breaks off the kiss and tells him he's wrong, and that he knows it. She assures him that no matter how urgent things may seem, he shouldn't have done it. She adds that, while a fake relationship wasn't good, a fake engagement wasn't either. She asks him to look at the consequences of his decisions on Eunbi and tells him they were both wrong. In the end, he only made it harder for Jung-ho to get close to him. Ji-hyun gently moves her hands away and tells her it's okay. Young, surprised, wonders why he's smiling and what she should do now. Awkwardly, she suggests that he should think things over with Eunbi until everything calms down. But he repeats that everything is fine, which makes Young even more irritated, telling him he's repeating the same pattern and that he must not continue like this. She complains that he always answers that it's fine, as if nothing matters, and that he even laughed when he caught her off guard. Ji-hyun insists again that everything is fine, but she stays upset, telling him it's not the time to smile, and asks if he really understands what's happening. He replies that he knows and points out that Young has dropped the formalities. Then he kisses her again and tells her that, although he isn't her man now, soon he will be, and that he will make the relationship official, making her his. At Jinseo's house, she holds in her hands a test confirming she is pregnant with her third child. She says she can't believe she's going to have a third baby. Her husband, Seung-kyu, arrives to comfort her. She tells him she understands it must also be a difficult situation for him, as she knows he is tired. He apologizes, saying he made a mistake, but she asks for silence because the baby might hear that. She assures that children must be valued, since they are a blessing, and mentions that when Dobin reaches adolescence, the third child will be as little as Doyeon was. Seung-kyu reflects that he already felt guilty for having rushed things, and now an unexpected third child is on the way. He tells his wife that he will take responsibility, that he will do what's necessary, and that she shouldn't worry so much. Jinseo replies that she knows he is a good man and that they will live a happy life, and asks that they live well. Then she reflects that every time she expects a child, her life takes a new direction. And now, with a third, everything will change again. Meanwhile, Eunbi enters Eun-yup's office and asks why he called her. He stands up agitated and demands to know what Eunbi did, what the hell she did to make Ji-haeon seem so dissatisfied with her to the point of wanting to leave the fake relationship. Eunbi, trembling, asks if Ji-hyun really said that, and the man shouts, asking her what exactly happened between the two of them. He thinks he has made so much effort for them to marry, that they have come too far, and there is no way back. Eun-yup is determined to have Jae-hyun marry Eunbi no matter what, and orders his sister to tell him what happened. The woman explains that it's all Young's fault. Since she arrived, Ji-hyun has been acting weird. She insists that Young first said that Ji-hyun looked like her father, then like her ex, and now she wouldn't stop flirting with him. The man asks her to explain it properly so he can understand. He asks if she thinks Jae-hyun would fall in love with someone just for flirting, and Chae shouts that that's exactly why everything is so strange. She continues saying that he had always been the one in charge of driving away any woman who approached Ji-hoon. She reminds him that he himself started the rumors that she and Jae-hyun were dating 4 years ago, and questions him, wanting to know whether he wasn't good at handling those kinds of things. She yells at him to seduce her, to provoke her, whatever. He, remaining calm, asks the name of the woman she's referring to. Che answers that it's Jung-Oh Lee, the writer of the second production team. The man is surprised and wonders if it really could be her. At another moment, Eunbi meets someone, more specifically Namjia from TH Communications, and Eunbi introduces herself as an employee of Max Communications. She reveals that the reason she asked to meet is another, since she is there because her boyfriend is the company's CEO, and that despite working very hard, she feels she is never recognized solely on her merits. For her, everything has always seemed to depend on her relationship with the executive. Jia says she understands, and at that moment, Che remembers something important. Jia and Jung-Oh had already worked together before. Jia confirms it with surprise, recalling that, indeed, Max Communications had acquired Sanga Productions, where Lee worked. Jia asks if she is still at the company, and Eunbi answers yes, that Lee is on the team next door. The tone of the conversation changes. Jia begins to praise Young, saying she is brilliant, fast, beautiful, and very intelligent. With a gossiping air, she reveals that there were even clients interested in her, and that, if not for her daughter, she probably would have received even more attention. Eunbi is surprised since she didn't know Young had a daughter. Jia comments that the girl must be about 6 years old. Upon hearing that, Eunbi shudders. Then Jia comments that she doesn't know if she should have said that, but Eunbi feigns it by saying she already knew. However, inside, her mind collapses, asking how dare she, being the mother of a girl and daring to approach her man. While working, Young wonders what might have happened to Ji-hyun in the last 7 years. How could he be so seductive now? She recalls the kiss and reflects that they had both changed a lot since then. But some things seemed immutable, branded in, impossible to erase. Perhaps now he felt exactly as he wanted, because she had acted just as he expected. But it was not the time to be carried away by feelings. Young shakes her head, trying to concentrate on her work. She also reflects on the situation with Ji-hoon's mother, which only kept getting worse. Now she had even more reasons to disapprove of any relationship between them. And, above all, she was still unsettled by the mystery of who tried to kidnap Yena. If it wasn't Ji-hyun's mother who wrote that note, then who was it? She wonders if perhaps it was someone who wanted to erase Young's existence and take Yena away. That could even lead to a legal dispute. Young wonders whether she shouldn't seek advice from a lawyer. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun sends her a message saying that he will go out for some errands and that at the end of the day he wants to take her home. She refuses firmly. She wanted to go home alone. She didn't want further entanglements at the office, nor looks, nor anyone suspecting anything. In the lounge, Jae-hyun seems in a good mood, and his friend notices it. The man asks if he really seems to be in a good mood, which his friend confirms. Ji-hyun imagines his girls saying they can't show up together at work. He immediately comments that his employees are doing a good job, and that's why he's in a good mood. His friend comments that it must be very satisfying. He then mentions that the team leader An Chan-seop gave him an interesting proposal, but he forgot to follow up. He asks if Ji-hyun can call him, which the man confirms. He tries to call him, but gets no answer, so he writes a message asking if the leader is not at his place now. To which someone answers that he wasn't at his desk and asks if he wants them to let him know when he returns. The director thanks them, but then questions whether no one is at the production team 1 station right now. But Young replies asking him to strip everything away, leaving Ji-hyun confused. Seeing her mistake, she tries to remedy it, but ends up sending several messages saying that there's no one. The situation makes Ji-hoon laugh as he is amused by it. His friend mentions that he must be having a lot of fun with that, and the director apologizes, explaining that his employee sent him a message with a typo, and that made him laugh a lot. Even so, his friend comments that other executives disapprove of that kind of mistake, while he just laughs, something for which Jae-hyun gives thanks for seeing the situation positively. On the other hand, Jung-Oh, embarrassed, says she wanted to seem perfect and impeccable, but she made a silly mistake. That's when someone appears asking if they can talk to her for a moment. He explains that he was thinking about the collaboration idea the director mentioned that morning, and he would like her opinion. Young-oh confirms that she will evaluate it. In the end, she gets excited about the ideas and suggests presenting them directly. As they talk, she wonders if that would mean working overtime with him. Ji-hyun asks her if that's what she would like to happen, and her coworker quickly replies, no, not at all. But when he suddenly appears, she startles, which makes Jung-oh think that just by mentioning him, he appeared. The director announces that it's already 8 in the evening and that today they won't stay late, and asks that they return to their respective homes. The group leader announces that with that they are done and asks everyone to get ready to leave. Young comments that she will take care of the meeting room, for which the leader thanks her. There, Jae-hyun approaches Jung and, in a teasing tone, asks if she shouldn't be more careful with typos, considering she is a writer. But then he jokes that maybe she wrote it correctly, but he didn't know how to understand it. He also adds that she isn't showing anything now, and that he can take her home, but Jung-oh thinks he had said not to get close, and that surely he is secretly provoking her. As they go out, she still reflects that she clearly sent him a message saying she was going home alone. At that moment, she sees Cha Eunbi, who had just arrived at the office, and asks if everyone is already leaving, then explains that she recovered after having taken medication. She says she stopped by because she felt bad for not having been able to work. The leader says she should have rested more, something Eunbi agrees with, in addition to mentioning that tomorrow she will work hard again. Everyone, in fact, had already decided to leave earlier. She apologizes and promises to try harder from the next day. Then she looks at Jung-oh and comments that her daughter will feel happy that she left work early, which leaves everyone in the office surprised. One of the workers questions that, and Eunbi confirms it, explaining that a friend of hers worked with her before and told her that. She also says that it seems the girl is 6 years old and is a very cute child. She comments that she thought she was single because she was focused on work, but she never imagined she had a 6-year-old daughter. Then they ask if that's serious, and the writer answers that she is not married, but she does have a daughter, announcing that she is a single mother. It was true. Young confirmed it firmly. She was single. She had a daughter, but she had never been married. There was no shame in her voice, only the clarity of someone who refused to hide her own story. She was a single mother. Chae Eunbi, upon hearing that, apologized, surprised, not knowing if she had offended. But Young simply smiled. Everything was fine. There was nothing to regret. She told her that it wasn't something that should be considered bad. She spoke of her daughter with pride, stating that she was very beautiful. Eunbi, impressed, admitted that the courage of Miss Lee moved her in a way she couldn't explain. Young was kind, and so brave. She herself would never have had the courage to make such a decision. Perhaps, she thought, Young really was an extraordinary woman. At that moment, an employee approached her superior to talk about the presentation. He agreed, and they walked together to the meeting room. Later, as they were preparing to leave, Ki-hoon offered to drive her. She thanked him. In Ji-hoon's office, the employee tried to bring up the presentation again and suggested that perhaps Miss Chae was not the most suitable person for that task. But he interrupted her, asking her to wait, while Ki-hoon asked Jung-oh if she was okay. She replied that she was. He sighed in relief, though his expression still showed frustration. He was upset. He said it was because of Miss Chae. He hadn't known she could be so cruel. The truth had spread in a way he hadn't imagined. He wanted to protect Young. She thanked him and assured him that she really was fine, and so she asked to go down together to the first floor. In the bathroom, an employee told Eunbi to keep quiet if she didn't know the whole story. Eunbi ignored her, wondering why everyone on Team 2 was so foolish and whether they really understood anything at all. Shortly after, Chae answered a call. She responded in a formal tone. It was Mrs. Jung who wanted to speak with her. Chae accepted immediately and began to think that Jihan would soon know all the details. Eunbi arrived without preamble and upon entering asked the director what had happened. The man informed her coldly that she would no longer participate in Solly Telecom's competitive presentation. She was no longer included. When she asked why, he answered harshly, she wasn't necessary. He told her to focus on her own work. She said nothing. She pretended not to care and asked if that was all he wanted to tell her. But then Ji-hyun confronted her with a direct question, asking if he belonged to her. She was shocked. She didn't understand at first. He then clarified. He had heard everything from outside the restaurant. He heard when Chae told Miss Lee that he was hers. But not only that, he also heard Jung-oh say that he belonged to her. He had heard both things. Hearing that, Yoonbi wondered if she wasn't the only one, recalling that moment, only to then question why he only attacked her. He accused Chae of spreading lies and warned her that if she continued, she would have to face legal consequences. Chae, outraged, asked him if he shouldn't be thanking her. He wanted to know why, and she replied, because Lee Jung-oh was also constantly lying, besides the fact that she was a single mother. Ji-hoon remained silent for a few seconds, then called her name, before looking at her with a grim expression and ordering her to shut up. At Young's home, she was beside her daughter, admiring her beauty, until Young's phone rang. It was Mrs. Song, who asked if she was okay. Young replied that yes, there was nothing to worry about. Mrs. Song told her she had spoken with Mr. Ji-han about Miss Chae's exclusion from the project, since she would bring no benefit. And Ji-han had agreed. Rumors were already circulating. Everyone was talking about the end of the relationship between Chae and Ji-hoon, and of course about how Chae was taking it out on Miss Jung-lee. Mrs. Seong advised her to stay out of it. She told her she didn't want to see her hurt, and that the best thing was to wait until things calmed down. Young thanked her for the advice. She knew how to protect herself. At home, she tried to stay calm. She repeated to herself that it didn't matter. In fact, it was better this way. With the rumors going around, any relationship with them would be too risky. Keeping her distance was the safest. It was the right thing to do. Even if her life was in chaos, she would move forward, day by day, because in the end, the only thing that mattered was her daughter, her little princess, Yana. She apologized softly for not being able to play with her that night. She asked her forgiveness for everything, and then she told her she loved her. On the other hand, Ji-han also had an important conversation. He called Eun-yup with the intention of confirming something. The latter, anticipating, asked if Eunbi had told him anything. Ji-hyun denied it and instead asked him if he had told him the truth. He said he hoped that at least he would listen to his own brother. However, Eunbi kept saying that Ji-hyun belonged to her. That was defamation, and they both knew it. Eun-yup then assured him that he would take care of the matter. Ji-hyun thanked him and warned him that the call was being recorded. The lawyer was surprised, but understood. The director added that what his sister had done justified everything, and that the world could be terrifying. Then, he said goodbye and hung up. After that, Eun-yup exploded with rage. He threw objects to the floor just as an assistant was entering the room. She, puzzled, asked if something was wrong, but he only asked her to clean up the mess. While the woman silently obeyed, Eun-yup furiously reflected that Ji-han was shameless. How dare he threaten him? He remembered that 7 years earlier, when Jeon Ji-han was in a coma, his mother had begun moving in the shadows. What caught his attention most was that she persistently sought someone named Seong-woo. Driven by curiosity, he decided to investigate. After a series of coincidences, he managed to naturally get close to that person. That's how they ended up sharing a chat at a bar. During the conversation, the lawyer asked if he had ever worked with any chaebol family. The young man replied that yes, there were many strange people in those circles. He clarified that he had no personal relationship with them, but that he had once done a job for someone in that family. He remembered then that the woman who hired him asked for something unusual. She gave him a phone and told him to call someone he didn't know, just to say some unpleasant things. The lawyer wanted to know exactly what they told him to say. Without hesitation, the voice actor repeated what he had said back then, that she was bothering him, and that if she called him again, she would get into trouble. Hearing those words, Eun-yup fell silent. He reflected that the voice was exactly the same as Ji-hoon's. He couldn't help but wonder why Mrs. Youngmi had arranged all that just while her son was in a coma. He asked if it had only been a one-time job. The voice actor nodded. He said yes, it was only once. He added that he still perfectly remembered the name of the woman to whom he had said those words. Her name was Lee Jung-oh. Sung-kyu was with his friend, thanking him, and also telling him that they were expecting their third child. However, the joy of the news came accompanied by a quiet concern. His wife seemed to be going through a difficult time, and although he tried to remain calm, he couldn't ignore the unease growing inside him. The question arose hesitantly, almost in a whisper, wanting to know if something was wrong with her. Ji-hyun asked if he could find out something about Jung-oh. It was strange to hear that name in that context, and Seung-kyu reacted with bewilderment. He wanted to know why. Then came the revelation. Jung was a mother, a single mother. Seung-kyu was surprised. Ji-hyun didn't want anything compromising, just some basic data. Who she lived with, if she was dating someone, if she had been, and if they were still together. Nothing out of the ordinary, but not simple either. It was a delicate request. Even so, his friend accepted. That's why the director told him he would need his help, since he was the only person he truly trusted. That was when his friend reflected. It was the first time he had ever asked him for such a thing. Many days passed, busy with preparations for the Solly Telecom presentation. On one of those days, a curious scene caught her attention. Jung-oh was with a colleague, both wearing matching t-shirts. He, laughing, commented that they looked like a couple. She smiled, though she kept a reserved attitude. Everyone there knew she was a mother. The colleague joked that maybe they also knew about the attraction he felt for her. Jung replied that he was asking for trouble, but then confessed that she knew how to provoke him. That's when someone appeared in the hallway. The director. Both employees greeted him, but he walked past without responding. Jung-oh thought everything was fine. She wasn't so weak as to despair over things like that. The days went on and the focus returned to work. In a meeting, Ji-hyun commented that the launch schedule was very tight. If they managed to close the contract, they would have to schedule the filming immediately. The team was prepared, working with confidence but also with caution. The rehearsal had gone well. The director looked at Jung and asked her to do the same as in the rehearsal. That would be enough. She nodded confidently and promised they would work hard. Soon they would be in front of the CEO of Solly Telecom, a man known for his particular emotional code. If he pushed the chair back and looked firmly at the presenter, it meant that something interested him. On the other hand, if he leaned back, it was a sign of satisfaction. That gesture would be the real thermometer. Everyone had to be alert. Finally, the day came. Already at the Solly Telecom building, they called Max Communications. It was time to begin. Ji-hyun was also present, watching everything closely. The CEO greeted the director, who responded cordially, and immediately announced that they would begin the Max planning presentation. The title, Next Generation Video Call Application, I Want to See You. After the presentation, it was time for the production plan. Jung was nervous. Her hands were cold. She wondered if the team leader also felt that way. She thought it was normal to be nervous, but everyone had worked to the fullest for that day. And since they had put so much effort, she knew she could do it well. With that conviction, she presented with confidence. She introduced herself as a copywriter at Max Communications and began the production plan. At the end, she thanked them for their attention and prepared to answer questions. One of them was particularly intense. The CEO wanted to know what she thought about portraying a mother's love, what it meant to her to be a mother. Jung took a deep breath. She remembered moments with her daughter and her mother. Then she replied, "A mother is someone who gives without limits and yet suffers for what she couldn't give. She always feels that it wasn't enough." She believed that the Me and Talk app could be a tool to share real emotions, to show the love and sadness that many mothers hide in simple words like, "I miss you." The room fell silent. Shortly after, they asked her to step out. The presentation was over. Moments later, the team was called back in. The executives had already made a decision. Max Communications would be the chosen one. The team celebrated despite the exhaustion. However, something wasn't right. Seung-kyu was pale, barely able to stand. Jung-oh asked her if she felt okay, and the leader confessed that she thought she needed to go to the hospital. Within minutes, they were there. The diagnosis was clear: acute appendicitis. Immediate surgery was required. The problem was that there was an important meeting that same afternoon and a business trip scheduled for Friday. Responsibilities quickly began to be redistributed. Someone had to travel. Then they asked Jung if she had a passport. She replied that yes, somewhere in her house. She would be the one to travel instead of Seung-kyu. The destination? Australia. She hesitated for a moment. She had been there before, yes, but 7 years ago. Even so, it was the most logical option. The leader recalled that she too had started as a copywriter. She told her that if one day she wanted to be a creative director, she would have to face challenges like that. She trusted her. It was an unexpected trip, and not to just any place. She was going to Melbourne, Australia, the place where she and Jihan had met. The news spread quickly. Young would travel on behalf of Seung-kyu. Someone questioned whether she would be well received, considering her position was lower. But the director was clear. She was the right person. And to balance the situation, he himself would travel with her. He asked everyone not to worry. That said, he would leave only on Sunday. Yena was saddened by her mother's departure. Young tried to console her by telling her that if she ate well and obeyed her grandmother, her mom would soon be back home. Yena nodded and asked her not to forget her gift. Young's mother assured her not to worry about Yena and to focus on her work, as well as being careful with what she ate. Young confirmed she would, and after saying goodbye, headed to the airport. Upon arrival, she was amazed by the place. While looking at the scenery from the transport window, a coworker asked if she had ever lived in Melbourne before. Young replied that yes, 7 years ago, although only for a few months. Her friend commented that since the buildings were still the same, surely the place would bring back memories. Young admitted it with a calm smile. Thinking about what was ahead, Young remembered that on Saturday they would have to inspect all the locations, since filming would begin on Sunday and extend until Tuesday. At that moment, one of the workers mentioned that they had to define the menu, since Jihan would soon be joining the group. That phrase bothered her. She wondered why someone had to pay out of pocket for a work trip, even if it was to please a client. It seemed unfair. The section chief explained that the client wanted to try local food. Young asked him to wait a moment while she checked out a place. She said she knew a nearby restaurant and was encouraged to see it was still open. The boss asked her which one it was. She replied that it was a place she deeply loved, highlighting the quality of the food, the variety of the menu, and best of all, that it was open on Sundays. She even confessed she would die for their meat pie, which was incredible. However, she was faced with an unexpected memory. She had taken Jihyun to that restaurant in the past, and they had even taken a picture that was later hung on the wall. The section chief commented that the place sounded excellent and that they would go there. But Young, somewhat agitated, asked if she could step out for a moment, assuring it would only take her about 40 minutes. The boss asked if there was a problem, to which she replied that she would make the restaurant reservation on the way. She went to the restaurant and, sitting near the photo wall, began to search. When she found the picture of both of them, she felt a knot in her stomach. She imagined what would happen if someone recognized her. Without thinking too much, she removed the photo and replaced it with another random one. Upon leaving the place, she reflected on the guilt she felt. She hadn't even made the reservation, so she would have to call to confirm it. She looked at the picture in her hands. Ji-hyun, 26 years old, and herself, 23. She wondered what had made them smile so much at that moment. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun had also arrived in the city. He remembered that 7 years earlier he had traveled to Australia after completing his military service. He spent 3 weeks there, but didn't keep clear memories of the place. He checked the time, picked up the phone, and notified that he was already present, although he didn't know exactly where the filming site was. The person on the other end informed him that Young was on her way to pick him up. From afar, he saw her arriving by the beach. When she stood before him, she greeted him kindly, pointed out the right way, and asked him to follow her. Ji-hyun thought that, like the meaning of her name, midday, Young always approached him naturally, and then walked away just as quickly. He couldn't help but wonder why it was like that. A colleague approached Jihan and commented that he had finally arrived. He greeted him and asked if they had already had lunch. The man said he was thinking of going to a local restaurant. Young, meanwhile, was mentally begging that they say anything but going to eat local food. Ji-hyun replied that any option seemed fine to him, and the other asked where they could go. Then, Ji-hyun looked at Jung and asked her if that restaurant was nearby. She, visibly uncomfortable, confirmed that yes. But she thought she couldn't go back in there, fearing they would discover she had stolen the photo. Quickly, she said her stomach hurt and that she needed to go to the bathroom. She assured them that she had already made a reservation under Ji-hyun's name and that he didn't need to worry, that he should enjoy lunch. One of the men commented that he felt sorry for her since she had recommended that restaurant. The director asked if she had really suggested it, and the section chief confirmed yes, that it was a place she used to frequent. When they arrived, the waiter welcomed them with a big smile, saying it was a pleasure to see him again. Ji-hyun, surprised, asked if he knew him. The waiter assured him yes, that he had visited the restaurant years ago, and even asked if he didn't remember. Ji-hyun replied no, that he had no memories of the place. The waiter insisted. He claimed to have the best memory in town and remembered his name. He said he had even put a photo of him on the wall and asked how his girlfriend was. That phrase left Ji-hyun puzzled. The waiter wanted to confirm if the woman in the picture was his girlfriend, since they looked very close. The director asked if he had really taken a photo with someone. The waiter, convinced, went to look for it. But he stopped, confused. He swore the picture had been there the last time he saw it. After searching more thoroughly, he finally found it. Ji-hyun was silent, shocked. He didn't remember having taken that photo.